Houston, how is Big Time feeling about Vestas?
And Butch and Sonny, good morning. Neil stepped off, and your trusty backup's here. And Ray says the Vestas are awesome, and so is he.
That last part we knew, as is the rest of the team.
Good morning from Starliner Mission Control here in Houston. Thanks for joining us for the first rendezvous and docking of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft with the International Space Station. I'm Boeing's Jim May.
And I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire.
In a few minutes, we'll go across the hall to International Space Station Flight Control Room for a look at today's activities from that perspective. Needless to say, there will be a lot going on.
Good morning, both of y'all. I really liked that launch. That was the first time I saw a Starliner launch, and I was really proud and happy that my two very good friends were on board and in good hands. It was a beautiful launch. There was a cloud in the way, so you went up into a cloud, and I thought that was symbolic.
You mean a cloud between you and the space and the rocket?
That's affirmative. So you just ascended into heaven, as far as I knew.
Well, I can tell you, we didn't quite make it that far.
Well, it's great to hear you on the loops today, and very much looking forward to docking later on. Good luck.
Thanks, Spanky. It's great to hear your voice too. And I'll just be honest, as we were accelerating there on launch, I thought about you and just thinking that of your crew, and you guys are going to be coming soon after us. So thanks for tuning in this morning.
There'll be a lot going on here, both in the White Flight Control Room and in Ficker 1 with the ISS Flight Control Room. We'll bring it all to you here as it happens some 250 miles above Earth. Right now we have Starliner just over 10 kilometers away from the space station, and it's a little bit below and behind as we're catching up to do the
And Houston, that earlier comment about the duty cycle and mostly in roll, I'll have to amend that. It's also quite noticeable in yaw as well.
All right, copy.
Good morning. Getting a few words of encouragement from Mike Fink, but we're following Starliners that's coming up behind and below ISS as we get near the approach ellipsoid.
This mission began almost 23 hours ago.
And Starliner Houston, just two things consumable-wise. We're tracking per the predicts on prop, ECOM, and MPO. So we're in a good shape there. And then also we've got good targeting on and good config for the NSRPC burn. So we're going to go for the burn.
Outstanding. Appreciate all that. Go for NSRPC. Good config.
Good news going up to the crew members. We are targeting the NSRPC burn in about 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Again, that will make Starliner co-elliptic with the International Space Station all the way around the Earth. Again, we had liftoff yesterday from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida aboard a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket that liftoff at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. Since then, the crew has conducted some demos along the way. Starliner has been steadily raising its orbit on a precisely timed course to dock to the space station, now coming up in about 2 hours and 38 minutes.
To recap a little bit of what we've been tracking on the Starliner since launch. Prior to launch, our team had been monitoring a small helium leak in Starliner's propulsion system. Teams have been taking a closer look at that system before the crew went to sleep. They closed all the helium manifold valves to collect data and observed two other small leaks. One in port 2, one in port 1, and one in top 1 manifolds. The ground made the crew aware before they went to sleep for the night, and the team's been working on it while the crew rests. The original helium leak that we were monitoring prior to launch was the one in port 2, but after we've tested all 8 of Starliner's helium manifolds, we found that the leak was isolated to just one flange. It's in one of the spacecraft's 28 reaction control system, or RCS thrusters, which makes small adjustments on orbit. Even more specifically, that was found to be in a tiny seal, where the seal is about the size of a button on a dress shirt. Overnight, they kept the top 1 and port 1 manifolds closed, and they opened port 2 later. It gave the teams on the ground the ability to manage the spacecraft. We do have confirmation from our engineering support teams that the helium system remains safe for flight. This isn't totally unexpected. We plan for cases like this, and the team's working to make sure we're in a good configuration and complete our mission. Earlier, before we got closer to integrated ops, we did have the engineering teams note that we've got over 90 hours of available free flight time in that helium system, and that will be 90 hours after undock. And as we've been nearing station, Starliner has been using its Vesta camera system as we were around 100 kilometers away from station. Starliner picked up ISS on its cameras, a small dot in the distance. We've been using that narrow field camera on Vesta, the vision-based electro-optical star tracking assembly, to measure the distance between Starliner and ISS and use that to help give Starliner a better estimation of where it is and where it needs to go for our planned docking around 11:15 a.m. Central.
We're standing by now again for the NSRPC burn. It's coming up in about 10 seconds. Again, this is an automated burn. The capsule is flying itself right now. This comes after the NHPC 1 and 2 burns occurring on time and nominally just previous to this. Confirmation the burn has begun, and we have 4 good OMAC thrusters firing.
And we've got cutoff.
Starliner, good burn, and go to configure for space to space and try a comm check with ISS on the big loop.
Again, we had confirmation of a good NSRPC burn with those OMAC thrusters. That's orbital maneuvering and control. The next will be a go, no go for the TPI burn.
Loud and clear.
We have you so loud and clear. We're ready for you. Come aboard.
Hey, can you guys see us yet?
We're about to go look out the windows right now, although they're telling us to close them soon.
Try to get a good picture of us quickly. We can't wait to be there. Great to hear your voice, Kojo.
Sonny Bush, so good to hear you. Can you see us?
We haven't looked out the window yet. We're about to. We do appreciate that permission to come aboard. Thank you.
I'm flashing me all this light signals, Bush.
We'll be looking.
And Starliner Houston on the big loop. Copied good, comm checks with station. How many?
Have you the same, loud and clear?
Yeah, loud and clear as well down here.
Neil, we can hear your voice as well. Great big loop comm check. A little bit non-standard, but we wanted to hear our friends. It's amazing. Thanks.
Yeah, same here. Super excited.
Starliner MCCH on the big loop. How do you hear?
CCH, Starliner, we have you Lima Charlie. How many?
I have you loud and clear as well. Station Houston on the big loop. Since big loop is now set up on 2, we're going to move station calls over to 3.
Station copies.
As you just heard, some conversations between all of the players in today's
Tally-ho.
Houston copies, Talio.
Station copies the tally. We're still looking.
Looks so little from here.
Give us a flash, just a signal on the window. We'll try to find you.
I think we're a little below you. Solar arrays are goalposts right now for us.
Again, with those big loops configured, that means the space station, Starliner, and both flight control rooms can all speak with each other as we get into proximity operations.
Starliner station visual.
You saw my signal.
Butch Wilmore has confirmed he can see the International Space Station from Starliner, again traveling about 13 kilometers away from the space station at this time and scheduled to dock at approximately 11:15 a.m. Central Time.
Add on to you.
Okay, I'll put that in work shortly. I'm going to grab my iPad and get it in work. Was that 1268? Dyslexia 1286. Thank you.
Now with the big loop configured and we are getting into those integrated operations, it's not just the Starliner mission control room here who is tentatively watching the arrival to the International Space Station today, but the International Space Station team is as well. So I'm going to toss it over to my colleague Gary Jordan just across the hall.
For the timeline and the timeline tool, roll pitch yaw 179, 173, and 4.
Of Butch and Sunny to the International Space Station. Now, here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the International Space Station operations. We're now in integrated operations with the teams down the hall in the White Flight Control Room. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team is led by Flight Director Vincent LaCourte. Sitting next to him is Diana Trujillo. And over the Capcom voice that you'll hear today from the room is Will Vu. Now coming into frame, Vincent LaCourte, the flight director that's leading the teams here today for Rendezvous and docking. With integrated operations, you've heard some of the setup that's needed in order to enable that. That includes the enabling of the big loop. So now all teams, including the 2 flight control rooms here in Houston, as well as the 2 vehicles in space, the Starliner and the International Space Station, now all talking on one big loop. The teams have both go for integrated operations, and now in the next 5 minutes, the teams here in International Space Station Flight Control Room will pull a go, no-go for the TPI burn. This is a burn that brings us into the approach ellipsoid. Once we're in the approach ellipsoid, it'll be a carefully choreographed series of maneuvers to get Starliner to the very forward port of the International Space Station. Space Station is in an attitude configuration ready to receive the Starliner. The solar alpha rotary joints that control the solar arrays of the International Space Station are locked and feathered. They're in a position ready for the rendezvous operations. Here in Mission Control, Houston, International Space Station teams are polling again, go for that TPI burn. We're in integrated operations, monitoring things, and from the station side, everything's looking good. With that, we'll continue to follow along with the teams over in the White Flight Control Room looking after Starliner and its systems. Leah and Jim, back over to you.
Thanks, Gary. And we will continue checking in with Gary and the team in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Again, we are just across the hall.
That back, Butch, is a little fragmented. You got a chip in the B chip slot, and it won't record.
It's from a memory chip, and it will not record. I'm trying to do it through the laptop. It's just on the camera itself.
Okay, we'll have to check.
D, as Kennedy said, told her that it had to be in D. So for some reason the camera's not seeing it.
Okay, copy.
In the center of your screen here, up to the right in a light blue shirt, that is Flight Director for Starliner today, Ed Van Cise. And to his right, is the bottom of the screen, is the Capcom, Neil Nagata. Neil is the voice you'll hear speaking with the astronauts aboard Starliner. He funnels all the information coming from the flight controllers and teams here on the ground and shares that with the crew members. That way they're getting a single point of information as they continue through today's operations. We're coming up on a go, no-go poll for the TPI burn. That's the terminal phase initiation burn. We will leave the co-elliptic burn that we have been keeping since the NSRPC just a little bit before, just about 10 minutes ago, really. We will conduct this TPI burn, which will also bring us inside the approach ellipsoid. The approach ellipsoid is a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer invisible boundary around the International Space Station. It's the first of 2 that we will see today. This helps teams monitor the arrival and departure of visiting vehicles, whether they're carrying crew or cargo.
These 2 regions around the space station have an analogy on the ground. The approach ellipsoid is pretty similar to regional air control that you might see around a city, and the keep-out sphere, which is the closer region around ISS, is a lot like the airspace around an airport that you have to get permission to fly into before landing, just like we do for a docking with space station.
A good Starline camera picture. Lines up.
Roger.
We heard configuration from the crews aboard the space station and Starliner that they can visually see each other, but Starliner systems, the VESTA system specifically, which stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly, that also has tracking the space station as well. These are technically like the eyes of the spacecraft and will continue following the outline of the space station until it can hone in on the docking port. Today, Starliner is docking to the Node 2 forward port, which is where one of the international docking adapters is located. Again, we are tracking docking at about 11:15 a.m.
On a big loop for the centerline camera.
Go ahead.
Hey, Butch, the config we think we have is there's no card in slot A, card in slot B. I'd like you to pop the card out of slot B, take a look and see if there's like a write protect switch. It looks like a little lock on the SD card, and see if that's in the lock position. And if it is, you can toggle that back, put it in slot B. If it's unlocked, we can go ahead and try slot A.
We'll give it a shot. Thanks.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. Your signal is Charlie. You are go to command the AEATP.
AEATP, here we go. AEATP is enabled.
We see the same.
Butch Wilmore entering the AEATP into Starliner's flight control system. That stands for Approach Ellipsoid Authority to Proceed. That will allow Starliner's automated flight system to approach into ISS Approach Ellipsoid after agreement from both the ISS flight control team and the Starliner flight control team.
Starliner Houston big loop. We just wanted to let you know that when we're manipulating that memory card, we'll make sure the centerline camera is off. OFF.
Yeah, it's off. We're doing that.
Roger.
Starliner will not go into the approach ellipsoid until after the TPI.
Right protect switch to the other setting, and when she put it back in the camera and then turned the camera on, it still is asking for A. Is there a way to make it ask for B? Are you aware?
Yeah, no. We can go ahead and just try A.
A little bit of troubleshooting on Starliner's centerline camera. The centerline camera is a secondary source of visual information that the crew uses. It's a camera mounted in the center of the forward docking port on Starliner. It feeds video data directly to the crew's procedure tablets. They also are recording some of the video for that as part of the flight tests for this mission. That camera will be used more as the crew gets a little bit closer to station. And they're doing this troubleshooting as we are nearing the TPI, or terminal phase initiation burn, and that is planned to come up here in about 6 minutes.
We've heard multiple voices and seen some of our team members in the room here today, but to tell you a little bit more about our NASA astronauts aboard Starliner. Again, this is the first flight of astronauts aboard this spacecraft. We're talking about Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, the commander and pilot, respectively, of Starliner.
Roger that.
Commander Butch Wilmore was raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, and is married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 daughters. He has a Master of Science in Aviation Systems from the University of Tennessee. The U.S. Navy captain successfully completed 21 combat missions during Operation Desert Storm while operating from the flight deck of the USS Kennedy. Butch has accumulated more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings. NASA selected him as an astronaut in July of 2000. So far, he's completed 2 space flights. This is his 3rd. His first was a pilot on the Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and in 2014, he served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 to the International Space Station. To date, Wilmore has logged 178 days in space, and I think we can chalk that up now to 179, including 4 spacewalks. This will be his 3rd mission to the International Space Station. Before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the United States Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California.
And Sonny Williams, the Boeing CFT pilot, was selected to be an astronaut by NASA in 1998. Like Wilmore, this will be Sonny's 3rd mission to the International Space Station. In her previous 2 flights, she served as a flight engineer for Expedition 14, and in 2012 as a member of the Expedition 32 crew. She's logged 382 days in space, including 7 spacewalks. Williams has more than 50 cumulative hours of spacewalk time, and that's the 2nd most by a female astronaut. The retired U.S. Navy captain is a former naval test pilot and instructor. She's logged more than 3,000 flight hours and more than 30 different aircraft. Sonny has a Master's of Science degree in Engineering Management from the Florida Institute of Technology. Williams, who grew up in Needham, Massachusetts, is married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, camping, as well as working on cars and houses.
And the crew woke up this morning at about 3 a.m. Central Time, just about their scheduled time after about 8 hours of rest overnight. Once they get to the International Space Station, they'll be joining 7 crew members living and working there. Currently living aboard the International Space Station are NASA's Mike Barrett, Matt Dominic, Tracy Dyson, and Jeanette Epps, plus Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexander Gurbenkin, Nikolai Chub, and Oleg Kononenko. That's the Expedition 71 crew. So once Butch and Sonny arrive today, we'll be up to 9 crew members aboard the International Space Station.
Starliner Houston on a big loop, be advised that's for both. No action, RCS jet S2A2 fail, still go for the burn.
No action. You know what type of fail?
It failed off, Butch, and right when that was happening, I was calling up, just be advised, neither of the infrareds are taking measurements now for RelNav, so we're going to go ahead and reboot the camera IR1. Backup enable 2 for this jet fail.
Enable 1 off, enable 2 on.
We are about 30 seconds now until the terminal phase initiation burn. Again, after completion of this burn, Starliner will move into the approach ellipsoid.
And the burn has started.
Starliner, good TPI.
Good TPI.
And Commander Butch Wilmore and the flight control team here noting a good TPI burn. Just before that burn, there was a call out about a RCS jet fail. The meaning behind that message is that we have been monitoring the thruster, and while it had good performance, part of our kind of conservative set of sensor data around the health and status of that thruster, something was slightly out of the planned ranges for that, and so as a safety precaution, we turned that off. But during our last check, it was performing as intended. Starliner has multiple redundant sets of thrusters. As a precaution, we've turned that one off. There are procedures to turn it back on and do a checkout when we're not close to a burn coming up.
Starliner is approximately 700 kilometers away from the International Space Station. The orbiting laboratory is currently flying about 17,000 miles per hour, 260 statute miles over Iran. We've walked through a handful of burns this morning. The first of those, the NHPC-1 burn at 7:52 a.m., changing the height of Starliner, and the second of those, the NHPC-2 at 8:14 a.m., also fine-tuning its approach to the International Space Station. We saw the NSRPC burn at 8:38 a.m. Central Time. This made the the Starliner spacecraft co-elliptic with the International Space Station, and the terminal phase initiation burn was just conducted right on time at 9:02 a.m. Central Time. This will move Starliner into the approach ellipsoid. That's the 4 kilometer by 2 by 2 kilometer invisible sphere around the space station that helps us monitor arriving and departing spacecraft. All of the burns this morning have been according to plan. Again, Starliner is currently flying autonomously, so flying on its own. We will see, however, Butch and Sunny have the opportunity to take control of the spacecraft and conduct another manual piloting demo once we're about 260 meters away from the International Space Station. This is a test flight, so we want to give the crew an opportunity to see how the spacecraft flies, should they ever need to take control of it. Once that manual piloting demo is complete, they will transition back over to autonomous power. The spacecraft will then continue its approach to the International Space Station all on its own. And again, we're targeting docking at approximately 11:15 a.m. Central.
We're coming up on the
Houston, on the big loop. Hey, we just started picking up RELNAV measurements on both IR cameras. That's when it went to silhouette track at 7,000 meters. Prior to that, in long-range track, we were not getting any measurements. We don't understand why we weren't getting measurements, but it's good that we are now getting measurements. But since we have that behavior, we had the conversation here on the ground that, of course, as you know, if once we get into eclipse here, if we go RELNAV degraded, then diverge, the spacecraft will drop down to manual, and you're going to have to take us up to 200 meters per 11.11.301. And we expect to have good comm through that time period, and we'll give you updates should we see any other behavior or bad behavior.
We have to copy all. Right now we got vessel 1 and 2 degraded, but we're still converged.
Yeah, okay, copy that, and RELNAV is good.
A good rail now.
And Starliner, those Vesta degraded signatures, health and status thing out of the Vesta due to some VEX faults earlier. And RNAV is still converged.
Houston Station on 612, the Yedave, backup Yedave swap is complete. And I guess that means that the compressor hose is disconnected. We're going to initiate transfer. My bad. Sorry about that. Copy.
And as Starliner is approaching station, getting closer to its IF-1 or inbound fly around 1 maneuver coming up in about 35 minutes, you've heard some back and forth between Commander Butch Wilmore and Capcom Neil Agata. Starliner's Vesta system is currently tracking both the position of ISS, but now that we're close enough, you're seeing some of the outline of ISS.
Roger that.
The Vesta system has a series of cameras, some in the visual spectrum, some in infrared. This will allow Starliner to help track ISS both in the Vesta system will help track ISS both in darkness and light. The red circles showing up on the Vesta display are the Vesta system picking out features on the ISS. When Vesta can pick out specific features of ISS via image recognition, that information can let Starliner know which direction Starliner needs to align with, which will pick Starliner's orientation to be in the optimal position to keep tracking ISS, and we'll follow that all the way into the docking port.
Currently show all of our crossing about 1,800 meters.
Ray agrees.
that view on your screen, coming from the Vesta system aboard Starliner, now checking out the International Space Station. You can see it coming into view pretty well. And of course, we are monitoring Starliner's journey here in the White Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. But over across the hall in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, NASA's Gary Jordan is continuing to monitor the station side of today's operations. Gary, can you tell us how things are going?
Hey, Leah, things are going very well. We're following along every step of the way with you down the hall in the White Flight Control Room here in what's called Ficker 1, or the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Teams here led by Flight Director Vince LaCourte, watching over the crew aboard Starliner, as well as the Expedition 71 crew that's aboard the International Space Station. Crew members split up doing different things. It's Matt Dominic that you see there on the graphic on the front right there, NASA astronaut who's responsible for enabling the monitoring tools necessary to watch Butch and Sonny approach the International Space Station. There are tools, there is software that is receiving data from the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle, or CV2V2 system, that creates a link between the International Space Station and Starliner. It's Matt Dominic there you see in the front that's going to be following along with that. Later, we'll have Matt Dominic as well as Tracy Dyson in the back left there. She's a NASA astronaut, flew up with the Soyuz crew, including Chub and Kononenko, Nikolai Chub and Oleg Kononenko. Kononenko, of course, who just passed the milestone of 1,000 days cumulative in space. On the left there, you see Alexander Gubyankin, who is the cosmonaut that joins the Crew 7 crew in the very front of this graphic. To the right in this graphic is Mike Barrett, and on the far right, Jeanette Epps, making up the complement of 7 astronauts and cosmonauts of Expedition 71. It'll be Tracy Dyson and Matt Dominic that oversee the final moments of the Rendezvous operations through the docking of Starliner to the very forward port. Once they do dock, the International Space Station flight control teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room will work with the teams down the hall in Starliner Flight Control to walk through the hatch opening sequence and operations. The 7-member crew that we just talked about will be there in the Node 2 forward hatch, ready to welcome Butch and Sonny, the first crew members to fly Starliner to the International Space Station, and we'll conduct a welcome ceremony from there. Here in the Flight Control Room, we talked about Vince LaCourte, the flight director. Next to him is the Capcom, Will Vu. You'll hear his voice relayed up to the crew aboard the International Space Station. Right now, all crew members are talking aboard talking in the Space to Ground 2 loop, which is a big loop. Everybody here that you're in the flight control rooms, both rooms here in Houston, the Space Station Flight Control Room and Starliner Flight Control Room, are talking with the 2 spacecraft that are about to rendezvous here coming up in the next couple of hours. Will Vu there is responsible as the voice from the control rooms here to talk with the crew aboard the International Space Station. Most of the communications you'll hear from him will be relaying to Matt Dominic, who again will be overseeing the rendezvous operations. Neil Nagata on the left there will be responsible for talking with Butch and Sonny in Starliner. Everything is coordinated as part of the integrated operations, very carefully choreographed procedures that you'll hear to make sure everybody's talking and the rendezvous operations are going swimmingly. So again, everything in the International Space Station Flight Control Room is going according to plan. We're tracking down to some of the next burns here, the inbound fly-arounds, which, of course, as after the TPI burn, terminal phase initiation, we get inside the approach ellipsoid. Once we're inside the approach ellipsoid, we operate by these joint flight rules and count down towards these next sequence of burns to get ever closer. It'll be very interesting to see some of the great visuals for some of the free flight demos that are necessary to verify all of the different capabilities of Starliner as part of this flight test. Again, station is ready to receive the Starliner. We're tracking no issues at this time. Attitude and solar configurations aboard this station is ready, and so really we're just following along every step of the way with the teams over there in the Starliner Mission Control Room. So that'll be it for us for now. We're continuing to follow along, and we'll be with you every step of the way. Leah and Jim, back to you over in the White Flight Control Room.
Thanks, Gary. And yes, we continue to monitor the arrival of Starliner to the International Space Station. And if you're just joining us, a reminder, this is the very first flight of Starliner with crew members aboard. So we'll be bringing the space station total number of crew members up to 9 upon their arrival today, again, targeting approximately 11:15 a.m. Central Time. And as we get closer and closer, the Vesta system aboard Starliner, which is the view you're seeing right now, will continue to give us an even more defined look at the International Space Station. It's getting even easier to make out those individual solar arrays at this time. And as we get even closer, we'll stop tracking in silhouette mode and begin tracking the docking port itself. Again, we're going to the forward docking port today. It's the Node 2 forward port, where one of the two international docking adapters is located. To take a look at the rendezvous and docking profile today, we've had two height adjustment and plane change burns already. Those are the NHPC 1 and 2 burns occurring at 7:52 a.m. and 8:14 a.m. Central, respectively. Those were both good burns. We then came up on the NSRPC burn. This was a co-elliptic and plane change burn at 8:38 a.m. Central, another good burn, before moving to the terminal phase initiation burn. This will bring Starliner inside the approach ellipsoid, that invisible boundary that we monitor outside the International Space Station. And we are coming up next on the inbound fly around 1.
The inbound fly around 1 maneuver will swing Starliner out in front of ISS in the direction that ISS is flying in orbit. Then the IF2, or the inbound fly around 2 maneuver, will slightly alter Starliner's trajectory to hit a peak altitude in front of the Node 2 forward docking port. From there, Starliner...
Big loop for tablets. We can take another receipt on the tablet that's charging, and we're also curious on the battery status of the tablet you're using for centerline camera.
My camera, 80%, it says 2 hours left. When it's on the chargers, it's 71.
Did you say the centerline camera tablet's currently on the charger?
Watching it right now, the centerline camera is now going on the charger. The other tablet, which I have in front of me, which has gold, is 71.
Copy that. And can you tell what the centerline camera battery state of charge is?
Well, I got to get out of my seat to look at the centerline camera, so let's just wait till we get radar acquisition.
Starliner, expect radar acquisition in about 400 meters.
Plus fully charged at 190 minutes.
Okay, copy that.
We're showing R-bar cross about 1200.
We agree.
some of the communication going between Capcom and Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams is about making sure that the battery of the centerline camera and the batteries on the crew tablets are topped up. Part of the use of those two things is when we begin our just after the inbound fly-around maneuver, we will start to approach ISS. We'll start in the corridor approach, where then the crew will do one of their manual piloting demos, where they will do a hold out around the 250-meter mark out in front of station in the approach corridor. After about 5 minutes of that test demonstration, Starliner will then go back to automated mode. We'll hold around the 200-meter mark out in front of station, and then they will get approval to go inside of the keep-out sphere. From there, Starliner will make a slow approach, very fine control, down to about the 10-meter mark out in front of the Node 2 forward docking port. From there, Starliner will activate its NDS or NASA docking system. They'll change the flight control rules to an even finer, small, discrete set of thruster settings. And then we'll go in for a final dock at around 11:15 a.m. Central.
Starliner, good LADAR acquisition.
Good LADAR.
Starliner is now picking up ISS on its LADAR sensors. This is giving Starliner a good 3D picture of ISS in the distance. I gave a brief overview of the burns that are coming up, but let's take a closer look at the full docking profile for Starliner as it approaches ISS.
At this point in the mission, Starliner is racing towards the International Space Station. The goal? Successful docking, but there's still a long way to go. On this flight test, Starliner will have to prove itself every step of the way. The rendezvous process picks up after about 14 orbits and 21 hours into flight. At that point, the spacecraft is cruising a few hundred kilometers behind and below the station. It's time to start climbing. To do that, Starliner fires its orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters, or OMACs, to begin the first height adjustment maneuvers. This first burn, NHPC-1, pushes Starliner slightly in front of, but still below the orbiting laboratory. Then, the next burn, NHPC-2, fires the OMACs for a few seconds. This move puts Starliner within kilometers of station, but now Starliner is back behind it. The final height adjustment, NSRPC, is another short OMAC burn that places the vehicle on a co-elliptic path with the station's orbit. Now, Starliner is just outside the approach ellipsoid, with the Vesta cameras in the nose pointing straight at station. After terminal phase rendezvous initiation, The proximity operations begin with a series of inbound fly-around maneuvers. Now, Starliner is just hundreds of meters away from station. Because the two vehicles are closer together, Starliner will only use its smaller reaction control system, or RCS thrusters, from here until docking. The first inbound fly-around maneuver, IF-1, swings Starliner 550 meters ahead of station and raises it another 300 meters. This maneuver accelerates Starliner to about 17,500 miles per hour, nearly matching the station's velocity. Inbound fly-around 2 raises Starliner further, moving into position 300 meters directly in front of station. Now, it's time for the initial approach. At approximately 250 meters, space station crew will manually command the Starliner to stop. This is just to verify that Starliner will obey that command if they need to issue it in the final docking phases. The approach corridor initiation burn sends Starliner into the keep-out sphere, a 200-meter sphere that nothing is allowed to enter unless it plans to dock to station. Then, when Starliner is 182 meters away from station, it will automatically stop and retreat to 200 meters. Once again, this is just to prove that Starliner will execute a retreat if needed. Starliner will then continue its approach until it gets to within just 10 meters of station. Once more, it will pause and prepare the docking system for mating with the ISS until given the go-ahead for final approach. Finally, after hours of this perfectly choreographed orbital dance, Starliner will perform its final approach initiation maneuver. The vehicle will slowly close the final 10 meters until its docking system makes contact with the Boeing-built International Docking Adapter on the Harmony Module's Node 2. Then, Starliner's docking ring will retract, hooks engage, locking Starliner and station together, signify a successful docking procedure.
Starliner continuing on its way up to the getting ready for the IF-1 burn.
Can you see the ISS center centerline camera on the tablet?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I can't see it at all on the centerline camera. We've got a good picture on the IR camera, but centerline there's nothing. Played with the auto and the manual gain. I mean, I can see the pedal. I think it's getting some reflection from inside the cabin here, but I cannot see the ISS.
All right, yeah, copy that, and Spanky reminded us that you can take a picture or screenshot on the tablet. And in other news, you are go to Command and KOS ATP.
We've taken several screenshots and videos, and KOS ATP, here we go.
All right, copy.
KOS ATP is enabled.
Here's your copies.
And as part of the process,
We got sunrise coming in 15 minutes.
Okay, yep. Hey, actually, just look that up. Thank you.
and as we're approaching the IF-1 burn coming up here in 10 minutes, which Wilmore got the go-ahead to, or the authority.
I don't know how hard it is for ISS to get their lights on, but it might be a good check to see if it's visible with the lights on, since it's not without.
Yeah, we're checking, Butch.
And we're coming up on around 25 seconds, still expected approach ellipsoid entry.
Again, the approach ellipsoid is a 4 by 2 by 2 kilometer invisible boundary around the outside of the International Space Station. And confirmation, we have entered the approach ellipsoid. As Jim was saying, we also heard the authority to proceed to the keep out sphere.
Turn the light on because I can now see there is a speck out there.
Station Houston on the big loop for the ISS Cruise Awareness. Starliner is inside the approach ellipsoid.
Station copies.
Again,
We're still talking about turning on the lights here on ISS. We haven't turned on any yet.
I get some reflection, looks like on the aft end, something. Might was shining a flashlight out of the cupola, I don't know.
Yeah, copy.
as we were saying, we have recently heard the authority to proceed to the keep out sphere. We expect the Starliner spacecraft will enter the keep out sphere around 10:35 a.m. Central Time, so a little less than an hour from now. That keep out sphere is another invisible boundary, this one with a 200-meter radius around the International Space Station. To enter the keep out sphere, we must agree that the spacecraft could, for some reason, lose control of its thrusters and still not enter that boundary for 24 hours.
Going to be turning on the CETA lights.
Great.
However, before we enter the keep out sphere, we will do a hold at 260 meters at approximately 10:24 a.m. Central Time for another manual piloting demonstration.
And while Starliner's Vesta infrared camera is able to pick up station, we're currently still in a period of darkness. And you heard Commander Butch Wilmore talking about it being a little difficult to pick up the station on the centerline camera, which is a visual spectrum camera. The ISS team's trying to see if they can get the ISS team to turn some of the ISS lights on to make it a little bit easier to pick up the station in using regular eyesight, but we will be coming up on a period of daylight in about the next 20 minutes or so.
We are now about an hour and a half away from our scheduled docking time this morning, again targeting 11:15 a.m. Central. That comes after launch yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central.
And Butch, Houston on the big loop. We've got one seat of light coming on, and there'll be 4 more coming on. It might take a little bit to warm up.
I see the first one. I saw it when it came on.
Okay, you saw that in the centerline camera?
Affirmative.
And you know what's coming. We're going to want some centerline camera screenshots of that.
Yep.
We heard some communications between the Capcom and the crew aboard Starliner. They are turning some lights on the International Space Station. This will give the crew a better visual of the station itself as they continue to approach. We are standing by for the IF-1 burn in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. This is the inbound fly-around burn.
This inbound fly-around 1 maneuver is going to be performed with the RCS jets. This burn should last about 18 seconds.
The RCS jets that'll be executing this burn are on the service module portion of the spacecraft, and if you look in the top right corner of your screen, that is what it looks like is facing you, the service module portion. This part does not return to Earth. It is disposed after the deorbit burn nearing the end of the mission. The only portion that will return to Earth is the crew module. That's where Butch and Sunny are seated right now. It'll parachute to a landing in the southwestern United States.
And we're coming up on 10 seconds to the IF-1 burn. And thrusters are firing. And thruster cut off.
Good burn, Starliner and Butch. We got all 5 CETA lights on for ISS. How does it look?
Yes, we can see it. I cannot make out the width, however, but we can see the station.
Yeah, but can you clearly see like the distance between the 2 outboard CETA lights?
You can see the one that's on the port side. I cannot see the one on the starboard side. It might be blocked by something.
Roger.
And we heard Starliner had a good IF1 burn. With that, we have an expected IF2 burn, small adjustment to place Starliner to start flying towards the approach corridor for the Node 2 forward docking port. That IF2 burn is coming up in about 18 minutes. Still some issues picking up the lights on ISS.
Starliner had a transient caution around the time of the burn. No action. It was just sort of expected, and there was timing with how the triggers were set up for that message.
Yeah, we copy. We saw.
That IF1 burn coming right on the timeline at 9:47 a.m. Central Time. We are targeting docking with the space station at 11:15 a.m. Central.
And you heard Commander Butch Wilmore talking a little bit about trying to pick up the lights on the outside of station. We should be coming up in a period of daylight soon, and that should hopefully help them see station without the extra lights, but also...
Roger that. Inside 2 minutes, sunrise.
And you heard it, sunrise coming up in about 2 minutes. It should help both Butch and Sunny see the station with their own eyes, as well as the visual spectrum cameras pick it up as well. Currently sitting just over 530 meters away from station.
Now, we do not have views currently of the crew inside the Starliner capsule. However, we will regain views of Sunny and Butch once they dock to the International Space Station. We also do anticipate to start getting views from the space station itself looking down on Starliner as it continues its approach. Again, the next major milestone this morning is the IF2 burn, coming up in about 15 minutes. That places us on the docking corridor. That means we're directly in front of the docking port. And today we are targeting the Node 2 forward port, which is where one of our 2 international docking adapters is located. And as we transition from an orbital nighttime into an orbital daytime, teams reporting that they are getting all good views on the Vesta system. This is the system on Starliner that allows us to track the space station, and as we get closer will help us align with the docking port. This view inside the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Teams are taking the opportunity to take a very quick break before we get into the docking operations. And with good views coming in on the Vesta system, let's learn a little bit more about the eyes of Starliner.
Vesta is a brand new and highly complex navigation system designed by Boeing. It's what Starliner will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. VESTA stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly, and here's how it works. The system consists of 2 laser-ranging sensors, 2 wide-field sensors, and 2 narrow-field sensors, all of which work together to guide Starliner slowly and safely to the station. Early in the rendezvous process, the sensors operate in a long-range tracking mode, monitoring the International Space Station from afar when it still resembles a bright, star-like spot in the distance. As Starliner gets closer, the sensors pick up more details and are able to see the ISS clearly enough to determine its outline. This phase is known as silhouette mode. Then, in the final phases of docking, the space station is close enough for the Vesta sensors to switch to feature track, where they use exterior features on the docking port of the Harmony module, such as handrails, stickers, and reflectors, to assess the capsule's position and attitude. Starliner's Vesta systems are programmed to recognize these features as relative points of navigation, enabling the spacecraft to determine exactly where it is and execute its docking procedures with great precision. Vesta also gives the ground teams a highly accurate understanding of Starliner's location relative to the space station, as Starliner autonomously makes its way to the orbital laboratory.
And these are views live right now from Vesta. As you can see, we are getting more and more detail from those cameras. You can even make out some of the IROSAs, or the International Space Station rollout solar arrays, atop the original arrays on the top right and the bottom left of your screen. And we have our first views of Starliner from the International Space Station, now crossing over into an orbital daytime over the South Pacific Ocean. We are tracking docking this morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time, the first arrival of Starliner to the International Space Station with NASA astronauts aboard.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. Just letting you know, now that we have light outside, we're going to turn off the CETA lights just in case.
Concur. Thank you.
Now that we're into an orbital sunrise, teams here in Mission Control have let the Starliner crew know they are turning off the lights on the International Space Station side, since it seems like the crew aboard Starliner now has a good visual on the station itself. Again, Starliner is flying autonomously right now, but we will see the crew transition to manual piloting at about a 260-meter hold point, giving them a chance to take the reins of Starliner.
Starliner, see the B1 Bravo 1A3 jet fail. Still taking a look at it.
I think we saw it.
Yeah, and it failed off.
Airfield 2, we're up to 14 marks. 15, 16, 17.
Okay, copy.
Want us to get rejected or not?
Yeah, don't need to reject it yet. Butch Ray's looking at it.
All right, go up to 35.
Roger.
You're looking at a live view of Starliner as it approaches the International Space Station on NASA's Boeing crew flight test with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams aboard. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire, joined by Boeing's Jim May, and we are continuing to track the first flight of crew aboard the Starliner spacecraft. Starliner lifted off yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. Since then, the spacecraft has made several maneuvers up to the International Space Station, and it is now on the docking axis following the inbound fly-around 1 burn. We're standing by for the inbound fly-around 2 burn coming up in about 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, built in over the last 24 hours, the crew has had about 8 hours of a sleep period. They woke up around 3 a.m. Central Time this morning, and we are targeting docking at approximately 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We're live in the White Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center. This is where Starliner is being commanded. There at the top of your screen in the light blue shirt, that's Flight Director Ed Van Cise. In the middle of the screen, you can see Capcom or Capsule Communicator Neil Nagata. And down in the white shirt with the red tie, that's NASA astronaut Mike Fink, also a crew member for the Starliner 1 mission. Now, as we are here in the White Flight Control Room in Houston, we have a team member just across the hall. That's NASA's Gary Jordan. He's in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, keeping up with the other spacecraft that we are monitoring today. That's the International Space Station itself. Gary, how's it going over there?
Hey, Leah. Hey, Jim. Really good to be following this flight with you today from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Teams here are led by Flight Director Vincent Lacourt, working hand in hand with Ed Van Cise just down the hall. The two, in synchronized fashion, are walking through the steps very methodically, like a choreographed dance. Starliner's burns have been executed precisely according to the timeline. Everything tracking well on the International Space Station side. Right next to him, you'll see Will Vu. He's the Capcom from here in Mission Control Houston, relaying the procedures and following along with, of course, all of the different operations, but his job is to talk with the crew aboard the International Space Station. 7-member crew is currently aboard and awaiting the arrival of Butch and Sonny. It's NASA astronaut Matt Dominick's job inside the International Space Station to monitor Butch and Sonny's arrival. He's there in the very front, slightly to the right, NASA astronaut Matt Dominick, and of course complemented by the entire Expedition 71 crew. They're following along. The station is prepared and ready to receive the Starliner. We have the exterior lights off. The solar arrays are parked in a configuration ready for the docking, and the attitude is right on track. So we're just counting down just minutes away from the inbound fly around to burn. And with that, we will send it right back over to you, Leah and Jim, over in the White Flight Control Room to take us through this next burn.
Thanks, Gary, and that's correct. We are standing by for the inbound fly around to burn. Time of ignition expected in about 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Meanwhile, this view coming from the International Space Station, looking directly at Starliner as it moves up to the docking axis.
This IF2 burn is just a small adjustment from the IF1 burn. It will help flatten out Starliner's trajectory to get it to point more towards the approach corridor on the Node 2 forward docking port of the Harmony node.
Starliner, go for the IF2 burn.
Go for IF2.
And we're go for this IF2 burn. This burn should only be about 1 second long.
All my data flashing on the flight over trash.
And coming up on about 5 seconds to the burn. Good burn. And you saw the thrusters fire for the IF2 burn.
That burn happening right on time, 10:07 a.m. Central Time.
IF2 burn, and Butch, say again for data flashing on orb trash.
The nav FLIR, the white converged, and then 4.02, then inbound fly around, and then the destination A and B in the ARD region. Not all flashing at the same time. Different ones would flash at different times. It's steady now, but it was still a lot of flashing. Go away, come back. Go away, come back.
Okay. Yeah, that was my next question. Yeah, and good report. Thanks, Butch. We'll have to take a look at that one. And Starliner, we're curious with that flashing on the parameters. Are you comfortable enough that you can command a destination A or B?
Yes, now it's not doing it. I could have done it before as well. Where you actually do the commands, it was fine. Like the abort and the recover, those never flash. It's just the white text. And the reason I called you, I know it was right before the burn, because I was hoping to call your attention to it in case it was still doing it and you could see it. So my apologies.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Sorry, we just didn't copy the whole transmission right before the burn.
With completion of the IF2 burn, that's the inbound fly around 2 burn, we are now looking toward the ACI burn in 12 minutes. That's the approach corridor initiation. So at that point, the Starliner spacecraft will be about 300 meters in front of the International Space Station, directly in front of the Node 2 forward docking port where we are headed today. Once we get to the 260-meter mark, the crew will take manual control of the spacecraft and do another manual piloting demo. This time looks like we will have good visuals from the space station to see it. We've now stepped into a satellite handover. The space station uses tracking data relay satellite systems, and we periodically experience these handovers as we switch from one satellite to the next, but these are tracked and, as you can see, usually very quickly regained.
Roger.
The only issue, there's a fair amount of, I think it's RCS jet residue on the window, outside the window.
Okay. Yeah, Butch, we're assuming you're talking about the IVA hatch window for the centerline camera.
That's affirmative. I mean, all of our windows had it. It's pretty much covered, but yeah, that one, it's not objectionable. I'm just letting you know it's there.
Okay, copy.
And Starliner continuing its slow approach as it gets near the box to start the ACI burn. Starliner is currently 451 meters away from the Node 2 forward docking port, currently approaching at about 0.22 meters per second.
Sonny just checked the camera battery. It says 134 minutes, three-quarter charge.
Okay, yeah, copy that. And but you should have the battery charge on the tablet overlay itself.
Okay, you mean the camera battery is on the overlay?
Yeah, should be on the tablet.
Always learn.
Roger that. Starliner Houston on a big loop for words for the jet fails that we have. We're planning on doing a hot fire test before we get into the KOS to see if we can get those jets back. And big picture, what that means is that once we get to 260 meters, you're going to go ahead and press through the procedure and put the Starliner in the station keeping inside the corridor. But we're not going to do the manual control demo. You're just going to station keep for us. I'll get you words to get us in a free drift when we're ready. We'll test fire the jets, and we'll see what the data tells us. But essentially, we're just going to be in and out of hold, and you're going to have to do some station keeping in that time frame.
Okay, so at 260 meters, you're going to want me to take manual control and station keep at 260 meters and just hold it there, and then we'll go free on your call. You'll do your jet fire, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, that's good words. That's good words for now. I'll get you more detailed words once we get there, and we'll have to coordinate that for you. And just be advised, we're going to want to know if you can hear or feel the jets, so we'll be in back and forth comm during that time period.
We are in another satellite handover with the tracking data relay satellite systems on the International Space Station. We've just heard some comms to the crew about the plan for 2 reaction control system thrusters that they are troubleshooting. We have an upcoming ACI, that's approach a corridor initiation burn in 3 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. And after that occurs, we will reach our 260-meter hold point. We anticipate that hold point around 10:24. This is originally where we were planning to switch to manual mode and go into the manual piloting demo. We are still going to switch into that manual mode and troubleshoot those 2 reaction control system thrusters on the service module by conducting a hot fire test. After that is complete, the crew will have the opportunity to conduct their manual piloting demo.
So the 2 RCS jets that are currently being investigated, they were preemptively turned off by the flight control system with some sensor values that were slightly above the conservative bounds that we have set. So that's the reason why they're going to do a test of those to see if they can bring them back into the active set of thrusters. Looking at the Vesta views on the screen, the upper right camera, or the near field Viz camera, is currently in feature track mode. You can see some cyan light blue outlines around different features of the station. And that lets people looking at the images know that Vesta is correctly tracking where it thinks and knows.
Go for ACI.
Go for ACI.
Those outlines letting people on the ground know that Vesta is accurately tracking the outside of station. We also heard a call up to Commander Butch Wilmore that the crew is go for the ACI burn. And that ACI burn just started and stopped.
Starliner, good corridor burn. Go for station keeping at 260 meters.
We are coming up on that 260-meter hold point following the ACI, or Approach Corridor Initiation burn, right on time at 10:22 a.m. Central Time. Again, we are tracking 11:15 a.m. as the earliest opportunity for docking today. However, it is a docking window, so we can hold.
Big loop, good corridor. Go for station keeping at 260 meters.
Hold at 265, hold at 260.
Yeah, good readback.
Starliner coming up on 260 meters. Butch and Sunny are going to begin the hold at 260 meters.
Starliner in this hold for your trajectory. We're looking for about a 10-minute football. Starliner getting ahead here for the hot fire. I want you guys to go ahead and pull up 12.10.218, 12.10.218, step 2 for the hot fire procedure.
Okay, 12.10.218, we had a pulled up, we're looking at step 2.
Okay, roger.
This is a view of Starliner from the International Space Station. The spacecraft is now aligned with the International Docking Adapter on the Node 2 forward port. That's its intended destination today. They are currently holding at the 260-meter mark. This was a planned hold, however, it is being extended to troubleshoot 2 reaction system thrusters.
And Starliner, we see the B2A2 jet failed off. Still talking about it, still good for control. Hey, Butch, we need to sweeten up the trajectory a little bit. Can you give us a couple ups? And Sonny, confirm you've got the procedure pulled up.
And Capcom Neil Nagata flowing a few messages up to Butch and Sonny. They're currently continuing to.
Hey, Butch, for the trajectory, we want to show that we're going to be above the docking axis for 10 minutes.
Do that?
Crew's going to continue their hold outside of the approach corridor. Mission and ground controllers continuing to analyze the data coming in from the RCS jets.
Hey, Sonny, are you guys ready to execute the SM hot fire test procedure? We lost another jet, S1A1.
Are ready to execute the procedure. I'm with you on step 2 of 12.10.218.
Okay, you guys are go to execute step 2, and in between the hot fires, please damp rates. Stand by.
The crew aboard Starliner is preparing to conduct a hot fire test of the thrusters that are currently down. Teams here in the room are continuing to work those procedures. Again, we are at a 260-meter hold point.
Starliner, execute step 2 now, please.
Starliner, we see step 2 complete.
Roger. Okay, Starliner, we're about to hot fire S2A2. Stand by. Starliner did a hot fire S2A2. We'll need you to point back at the target, please. And Starliner, curious if you heard or felt anything for that test fire.
We did.
Roger. All right, we're going to go for the next one now.
And mission controllers here, working through hot firing the jets that have been toggled off. They're doing a one by one, going back and forth between that and having Butch hover in the corridor.
Ready for hot fire.
Okay, B1A3 was just hot fire. Did you feel or hear anything?
Specifically.
Okay, we're going to.
Right again.
Well, we're going to set up for the next one now.
Flight controllers have conducted 2 hot fires on the Starliner spacecraft reaction control system thrusters. They are now preparing to hot fire 2 more thrusters. Butch Wilmore continues to manually pilot the spacecraft.
Okay, copy that. We'll be on air to ground 1. ISS is in the handover.
Houston, how do you hear our air to ground 1?
Yeah, loud and clear. B2A2, we just hot fired. That was the one you felt.
That's affirmative.
We'll take talk listen on space to space. We'll go back to the big loop.
In work, changing.
Okay, about to fire S1A1. Stand by.
Right. Heard it.
Roger.
That completes the hot fire test at the 260-meter hold point. Teams on the ground hot fired 4 of the reaction control system thrusters. These are located on the service module. The crew was able to report they felt all but one of those, or heard all but one of those hot fires.
And the engineering teams here in Houston still analyzing the data they got from the hot fire tests.
Starliner saw good burn performance on B2A2 and S2A2. We're going to inhibit fail off and get those back into the set. That'll restore 6-off control. And we're still assessing the other 2 jets.
Okay, we're standing by. You're going to do the inhibit fail off, and we'll be standing by for cleanup procedures.
Yeah, good read back.
Drifting out to 265, looks like. Do you want me to fire forward and maintain closer to 260, or just let it drift?
And Butch, go ahead and sweeten that up to get us back into 255 to 265.
And during the recent hot fire test of the RCS jets that had been temporarily deselected, the hot fire test determined that 2 of the thrusters were still performing nominally. They just happened to have a slightly out of range sensor value. We have sensor value ranges set fairly conservatively, which is part of the reason why we do the hot fire test, to verify that they are still working. Mission controllers are still analyzing the other 2.
B2A2 is back in the set. We have 6-off capability back.
And we do have Butch Wilmore continuing to manually hold the spacecraft at this 260-meter point away from the station.
Starliner, we can go ahead and take step 9 with the following deltas. We want your ADI reference frame LVLH and manual controlled hold reference frame LVLH, then point hold, transpulse.
LVLH, point hold, transpulse, and we'll put that to work now.
Good read back. And once you're there, go ahead and sweeten up your pointing to get it back at the target. S2A2 is back in the set. We're looking at the data for the other two jets. Say again, Sonny?
You want us in trans-pulse point hold, is that correct? Or auto?
No. Yeah, point hold, trans-pulse.
We're there?
See it. All right, Butch and Sonny, we're ready for the manual piloting demo at your leisure.
I think I got all axes there, Houston. I'm good with manual piloting. As expected, except for when we didn't have the full 6 off.
All right. Yep. We're just confirming you got all axes and you're happy with it. And we're still looking at the data down here. I'll get right back with you.
And as teams continue to analyze the data they've received from those hot fires of the 4 RCS, or reaction control system thrusters, they gave the crew the opportunity to conduct the manual piloting demo. They are still at that 260-meter hold point. This is where the demo was initially intended to take place, and due to the station keeping that they've already been performing during these thruster firings, Butch Wilmore reports back that he feels like he has a good idea of control of the vehicle, and he feels that the manual piloting demo itself is complete. And we have been tracking a docking at 11:15.
We've recovered enough jets to get back enable 1. Enable 1 is good. I'd like you to configure backup for enable 1.
Enable 1 on, enable 2 off.
Roger.
We were tracking an initial docking time of 11:15 a.m. Central Time. However, that is a window. That was just the first opportunity. So even this extended hold, we still have the opportunity to make that first docking window.
Starliner is continuing to station keep out in front of the approach corridor for ISS, as both ISS and Starliner are about to enter a period of darkness. Sun going over the horizon for them.
And just as expected, they have entered that orbital nighttime. The International Space Station sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, and the orbiting laboratory and Starliner are currently flying approximately 258 statute miles over the Seychelles.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. So here's the deal right now. We are zero fault tolerance to 6th off control, so we cannot technically get into the keep out sphere. However, we would like you to go ahead and fly us in to 200 meters and station keep at 200 meters under manual. And for reference, the attitude that we're targeting is going to be roll pitch yaw 179, 173, and 4. And you're good to do that now.
Copy, coming in to 200 meters.
Roger.
There's still some discussions here in Mission Control with engineers looking at the data from the hot fire test. In the meantime, they're having Butch and Sonny move Starliner to a slightly closer position as they await the results of the analysis from the hot fire test.
The vehicle is still being manually piloted, and we heard the call that they do not have the go to enter the keep out sphere due to the current configuration. However, as Jim mentioned, they are flying into near that 200 meter point. The keep out sphere is a 200 meter radius around the International Space Station, sort of an invisible boundary. The keep out sphere and that 200 meter radius, again, it's a way to govern the arrival and departure of vehicles. Essentially, before a spacecraft can enter the keep out sphere, it has to be at least 4 orbits safe, meaning if it were to lose control of its thrusters, it would not enter that 200 meter radius within 4 orbits. Again, to keep you updated on where we are at, we are troubleshooting 4 reaction control system thrusters on the service module of Starliner. At the 260-meter hold point, the crew was scheduled to conduct a manual piloting demo. They did so by station keeping while those 4 thrusters were hot-fired, meaning they're trying to regain use of them. We've received confirmation 2 of those have been recovered, and they have instructed the crew to move into the 200-meter point. Currently, the crew does not have the go from the teams to move into the keep-out sphere and continue its approach to the International Space Station. We were anticipating docking at as early as 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We will not make that timeline, but we are still in a docking window.
To recap the last few minutes of what we've been seeing here in the Starliner flight control room. Starliner crew, Butch and Sonny, did some manual station keeping, as well as helped do a hot fire test for some of the RCS jets that were automatically taken out of the set for use. Currently, 2 of the 4 that had been preemptively turned off are now turned back on. They saw good data from them from the hot fire test. There's a lot of chatter on the back loops from mission control and the engineers. They're currently discussing a few more of them. Since the hot fire test, Butch and Sonny moved slightly closer to in the approach corridor. All is preparing for the next phase once they finish the analysis of the RCS jet data.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. See you in the hold box. If you can just station keep there, 200 to 210.
If you're just joining us, we are covering the first flight test of astronauts to the International Space Station aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. This is NASA's Boeing crew flight test. The crew lifted off yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time and is currently about 200 meters away from the International Space Station and holding. They do not currently have the go to enter the keep-out sphere and proceed with the docking process, as they are troubleshooting some reaction control system thrusters that failed on the service module. Aboard the Starliner spacecraft are NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore as commander and Sonny Williams as pilot. They are currently manually piloting the spacecraft at that approximate 200-meter hold point.
Re-enabled to B1A3, talking about our next approach. Just give us a few minutes.
Hi.
And flight control teams here in Houston have re-enabled the B1A3S service module RCS jet. Butch and Sonny still station keeping Starliner, hovering between 200 and 210 meters out in front of the approach corridor for the Node 2 forward Harmony node docking port.
A little more info about these RCS thrusters. These are reaction control system thrusters. There are 28 of them, and they are located on the service module. That's the lower portion, essentially, when you look at Starliner. The service module does not return to Earth. Also on the service module are 20 OMAC thrusters. That stands for Orbital Maneuvering and Attitude Control. OMAC thrusters are used for larger burns. Meanwhile, the RCS thrusters, what we are currently troubleshooting, these are used closer to the International Space Station. They allow us to make more fine-tuned changes to the spacecraft's trajectory.
We're about halfway through the orbital night period for Starliner and ISS. Still some analysis being done on the data from the hot fire test, as well as determining which docking window may be available for Starliner once they have.
Houston on the big loop. Just be advised, looks like you're doing great flying there in the hold box. We lost the first docking window. We're going to still analyzing all the data and getting a path to approach for the next docking window.
That call to the crew from Capcom Neil Nagata here in the White Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas at the Johnson Space Center. We were anticipating the earliest docking today for 11:15 a.m. Central Time, but with that call, we will not be making this first docking window. The second of those windows opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And just so you're aware, we deactivated Mustang to help out main B power margin.
So we're going to power off the centerline camera for now. We've got to get vested.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
The crew is just outside that 200-meter keep-out sphere from the International Space Station. And Butch Wilmore continues to manually pilot the spacecraft.
Starliner Houston, we'd like to get back at some level of automation for the hold. So we'd like to take a destination B, retreat 200 meters, then trans auto and point auto. And we're just sit tight here for a minute.
Okay, you want to do that now or sit tight?
No, I'd like you to take those actions now. Destination B, Bravo, then trans auto, point auto, and then what I was saying is we'll sit tight at 200 meters while we're taking a look at the data and getting a path back in.
Okay, we covered it. We're going to go destination Bravo, retreat to 200 meters. Then we're going to go point auto first, and then trans auto.
Yeah, sounds great.
Capcom Neil Nagata flowing up some information to Butch and Sonny. They're following a short procedure to get Starliner back into autopilot mode.
Expected message, T2A2 is not where we're looking.
Okay, stand by.
Starliner, yep, T2A2 failed off, still have fault tolerance fixed off control.
Copy. I'm not going to try to figure this out myself. Are we still good in Enable 1? Backup control?
Stand by. All right. Butch, with S1A1 and T2A2, both enables are degraded, so you might as well leave it enable 1. And like we talked about last night, if you have to drop the backup, you'll just have to find the right switch to get accomplish what you need to accomplish.
That's what I figured. Thanks. Got it.
You're watching live coverage of NASA's Boeing crew flight test to the International Space Station with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams aboard the Starliner spacecraft. We were tracking an initial docking time of 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We will not dock during this during this current docking window. The next docking opportunity opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. That window closes at 1:19 p.m. Central Time. The crew is currently backing away from the 200-meter radius known as the Keep-Out Sphere at the International Space Station. They will hold at about 250 meters away. About 45 minutes ago, the teams noticed there were some reaction control system thrusters. These are on the service module of the spacecraft. 4 specifically were beginning to fail off, meaning they would need to be reactivated. The crew took manual control of the spacecraft at the 260-meter hold point and conducted some manual piloting while those 4 reaction control system thrusters were fired. With the current configuration, the teams have not currently given the go for the astronauts and the spacecraft to move inside the Keep-Out Sphere. That Keep-Out Sphere is a 200-meter invisible radius around the International Space Station, and the spacecraft must be considered 4 orbits safe, meaning it would not move into that radius within 4 orbits if it were to lose control of its thrusters. We are operating out of 2 flight control rooms here at Johnson Space Center. On the left, you see Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, Neil Nagata. He's the voice you've been hearing speaking with Butch and Suni aboard Starliner. We're in the white flight control room. This is the Starliner flight control room. And on the right side of your screen is the International Space Station flight control room just across the hall, where teams are leading the space station and all of its systems.
Starliner and Station Houston on the big loop. Right now, Starliner has enough capability. We have fault tolerance of 6-off control to press in. However, we'd like to do that press in about 17 and a half minutes from now. Given that, we're going to go ahead and perform another hot fire to see if we can recover the T2A2 and S1A1 jets in the intervening time. So for Starliner, once we get into insulation here and get our optical cameras back for Vesta, we're going to get back into the SM hot fire test procedure.
Starliner copies. Sunny's pulling it out.
Station copies.
And I call from Capcom, Neil Nagata, to Butch and Sunny and Starliner. They have analyzed the data from the RCS thrusters they've gotten back, the ones that have been enabled. They do have 6-off control of Starliner, which means they are currently go for a docking. They're currently planning on moving in for the next docking attempt.
Again, that next docking window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. In the meantime, they are going to conduct a couple more hot fire tests to continue attempting to recover 2 of those RCS, or reaction control system thrusters.
We are reaching the end. We are reaching the end of the nighttime period for ISS and Starliner. We should expect some views of both Starliner and ISS from each other's cameras shortly. There is a possibility to hot fire some of the jets again during this time period. We will wait for a call from the Capcom.
Starliner for the hot fire. The plan here is we're going to hot fire 3 jets, B1A3, T2A2, S1A1. Part of the reason we have to go back and take a look at B1A3 is because we had an attitude correction. We told you to do it, and it kind of muddied the rates for B1A3. So to get confidence back in it, what we're going to do here is we're going to have you go, we'll have you go to point hold and manual, right? And then we're going to sweeten up the station keeping. We're going to go to free drift, and then we're going to go ahead. I'll let you know when we start firing those jets. You'll be hands off until I tell you you're hands on. How copy?
We got hands off the 10-man hands on after we go free drift. We're ready.
Okay, and also to make things a little simpler, we're going to stay in LVLH for this one. So stand by for my next call to get us configured.
Standing by, yeah, we like LVLH. We were curious while we were in Nurse to begin with. Thank you.
Starliner will take a point hold transpulse when you get there. Stand by, Ray will give us some words to sweeten up the station keeping.
Okay, we are point hold transpulse.
This view coming from the International...
Two ups. All right, Starliner, we'll take point free, hands off.
Free, hands off.
Again, this view live from the International Space Station, and you can see Starliner still at that approximate 220 to 250 meter point. The space station and Starliner are entering into an orbital daytime, currently flying 259 statute miles over French Polynesia. Of course, we've been keeping you updated with all of the Starliner updates here in the White Flight Control Room, but my teammate Gary Jordan across the hall has been keeping tabs on everything space station. We'll go to Gary.
Heard a jet fire on board.
Roger.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Of course, we're following along every step of the way with the teams over in the next flight control room following Starliner operations. Some of the views you were seeing were of the flight director, Vincent LaCourte, speaking with Ed Van Cise, flight director over in the Starliner flight control room, coordinating on entering that keep out sphere. We've been showing you periodic views of some of the telemetry that shows that sphere. Now, of course, once we cross that boundary, we're, of course, now in integrated operations, but that boundary needs to be carefully coordinated before pressing in and make sure it has the right fault tolerance. Outside the keep-out sphere now, Butch and Sunny remaining in a hold position. That go to proceed inwards has been given by the teams confident enough in the configuration of Starliner with the necessary redundancies to back away if needed once inside the keep-out sphere. Lots of coordination happening on both sides before giving that call. But from the International Space Station flight control team, there is enough confidence in the configuration to go ahead and press in. And we're following along with these views from the International Space Station. Getting great views, the sun reflecting.
Starliner, we'll take point, hold, and then point back at the target, please.
Take hold, and we will point back at the target.
Good read back.
The point hold of the SARG being one of the features of the International Space Station. The VESTA system, which we've been talking about on Starliner, tracks some of the features of the International Space Station, just making sure the pointing is right, and we do have some time to figure it out. Again, there's another about 8-minute window before the crew is given the go to press in inside the keep-out sphere. Now, there are several milestones once we press inside the keep-out sphere. To enable a docking, the window of which starts at 12:33 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. But once inside the keep-out sphere, the crew is scheduled to have a 10-meter hold point. We're not pressing in straight from the current position, just outside, just about 200, a little inside 220 meters right now from the station's forward port.
If that's okay with you, and otherwise it's good.
Good with the attitude. Point free, hands off.
Attitude point free, hands are off.
S1A1 fired.
Jet fired.
Roger.
Capcom Neil Magada in the Starliner flight control room. The voice you're hearing inside Starliner is Sonny Williams, confirming that when the ground teams enable the thruster firing for that hot fire test, which had been reported to the crew.
We got a pretty good yaw rate. Let me fix this.
Negative. We're firing B1A3. Stand by.
These numbers you're hearing are the specific thrusters.
And we heard it.
Roger that. We're looking.
You heard confirmation of feeling some of those thrusters, S1A1, B1A3. These are the specific thrusters that are targeted for these hot fire tests before proceeding into the keep-out sphere. Again, the teams are comfortable with the current configuration with some of the reaction control thrusters. In the current configuration off, however, some of these thrusters that are being fired now are part of the hot fire test to try to recover some of those. Even though there is redundancy, recovering those would just add enough redundancy or additional redundancy outside of the already go configuration. The crew reporting that they are feeling those thrusters as they are hot fired.
Okay, we'll take point hold to get us back on target track. Point hold and take us back and point us back to the target.
Okay, we'd like to do translation.
Stand by. Starliner, your go to translate back to the hold box manually.
From the view of the space station, you're looking at Starliner a little more than 220 meters away. The crew has been given a go to switch back to manual mode and push in just a little bit to the hold box before pressing in. Team's continuing to analyze the hot fire test. And we're tracking and following along with the teams before going ahead to press in. From this view in the orbital daytime, you can see some of the RCS jets firing. as crew takes manual control.
Say again, Tony.
Back in the box.
And can you guys get us in 200 to 210 meters, please?
200 to 210.
Starliner crew confirming. From the ground, they just need to push in just a little more from where they are. An extra 10 meters or so should get them inside the box, the planned hold box. Again, and they'll continue to hold there. Right now, the crew on manual flight and continue to hold there until given the go to press inside the keep-out sphere. We're just a few minutes away from the scheduled time that the crew is scheduled to depart inside the keep-out sphere. We'll follow along with the teams as they give that go. This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting live views from the station of the Starliner, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams inside, manually piloting the Starliner in a station-keeping hold position. Right now, just about 212 meters from the station. Station and Starliner are flying approximately 257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, approaching the west coast of Mexico, about to fly over the Midwest of the United States on a northeastern trajectory. In an orbital daytime, you're getting great views from the outside of the station. Teams continuing to analyze the Starliner before going ahead and pressing in to the keep-out sphere. The earliest window to do so is crossing right about now, but we'll wait for that go from both teams concurring to press in and go through those next steps to the 10-meter hold point. We'll get that view of Starliner a lot closer than what we're seeing now. We're attempting right now the second docking window, continuing to look at the Starliner and its systems, the reaction control thrusters that are needed to enable a go to proceed inside the keep-out sphere and ensure a safe docking to the International Space Station. The window for that second attempt opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. That's, of course,
Starliner Houston T in the box. We'll take auto.
Auto.
The crew manually flying again and station keeping within the hold window inside, right now inside 210 meters. Given the go to switch to auto hold mode, giving Butch and Sonny a break from stick time, holding in that position before proceeding inwards towards the keep-out sphere. Again, we were talking about the windows. 12:33 is the beginning of that window. 1:19 p.m. Central Time is the back end of that window. Flight controllers here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, continuing to evaluate steps needed to ensure a go to proceed inside the keep out sphere, and go ahead and press in for that attempting for docking within the second window. We're following along very closely and coordinating.
Houston. So based on the hot fire test, the T2A2 and S1A1 had satisfactory results. We didn't get a result out of B1A3. So we're going to re-enable T2A2, S1A1, and inhibit B1A3.
We copy all. You're going to inhibit B1A3. The other two, we see one of them back online, and it felt like the rest of them to us. I'm not sure what your data shows, but okay, copy all.
Okay. Just read that back. You felt all three.
Yes, we felt all three.
Roger. And by getting back T2A2, backup enable 1 became full again. And I don't think you switched out of that, but we're still go backup enable 1.
After that, enable 1 on, enable 2 is off. SMRCS.
Roger that.
So again, holding outside the keep out sphere, Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams inside the Starliner spacecraft, working hand in hand with the ground controllers here, or the flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Starliner flight controller room in the room next door to the International Space Station flight control room. The teams worked together to hot fire some of the reaction control thrusters that went down. Looks like some of the reaction control thrusters, 2 specifically, performed well, so those will be re-enabled. 1 did not perform so well, so they're going to go ahead and inhibit that particular thruster. That one's B1A3. Currently analyzing the configuration before pressing in. The flight control team here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station flight control team, working hand in hand to make sure that we are jointly operating within the flight constraints needed to press inside the keep out sphere. Flight Director Vincent LaCourte here in the International Space Station flight control room, working hand in hand with Ed Van Cise, the flight director in Starliner Mission Control. We're continuing to follow along here in the International Space Station flight control room. Let's go ahead and head over to the white flight control room with the Starliner teams following along.
Starliner,
Leah and Jim.
Go to recover. It's an orb traj tab stop 8 for recover.
Stop 8, recover. Here we go.
Thanks, Gary, and welcome back to the White Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center. Yes, we are monitoring Starliner here in this room, all teams continuing to analyze the data from the recent tests. And as you can see, Starliner in this live view from the International Space Station, it is essentially parked at about 200 meters away from the station. Again, we are waiting to move into the keep out sphere, that 200-meter radius around the space station. We are targeting the next docking window that opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. Now we are in another tracking and data relay satellite system handover. We expect to regain those visuals shortly. Meanwhile, here's another good look at the teams in Mission Control Houston, both Starliner and International Space Station. As Gary just shared, over there on the left, in the middle of your screen, that is Neil Nagata. That's the Capcom you've been hearing speak with the crew. Down toward the bottom in the white shirt is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. You may have seen him on the launch broadcast yesterday. He is also a crew member for the Starliner 1 mission. Up at the top of your screen, that's Flight Director Ed Van Cise.
And Starliner progressing slowly through the approach corridor now. We've just reached 187 meters. 190 meters is the first distance, and Starliner's flight plan for docking. First milestone inside of the keep out sphere. currently moving towards station at about 23 centimeters per second. We're going to continue our slow approach until the 10-meter point at which we have a planned hold where we will enable the NASA docking system, NDS, and then prepare for a final docking several minutes afterwards.
Starliner is directly lined up with the Node 2 forward port. That is where it will be docking today. Also docked to the Node 2 port are the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That's on the Zenith side. So once Starliner arrives, we will have 2 American crewed spacecraft at the International Space Station.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Starliner is inside the keep-out sphere. Begin monitoring per 1.106, step 1.1.
1.1, 1.106, station.
And with Starliner inside the keep-out sphere, this is the second of those 2 invisible boundaries that we use to govern arriving and departing spacecraft. The first is the approach ellipsoid. That's when our joint operations begin between the space station and the Starliner teams. Now, the keep-out sphere, we had to wait outside of this location for a go. You have to have at least 4 orbits safe before you can move into the keep-out sphere. That means if you were to lose control of your thrusters, you would not move inside that boundary for 4 orbits.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, we're inside the keep-out sphere, and we are in procedure 6.102, step 28 with you.
And Starliner is with you. Light fill 2's up to 45 hits.
And Barry, that is as expected. Those will reject up until 10 meters.
As Starliner continues its approach, both it and the International Space Station are flying approximately 261 statute miles over Kansas, crossing into Nebraska. Another satellite handover as Starliner continues its approach to the International Space Station. Again, we track these handovers on the tracking data and relay satellite system, and we have regained that visual communication of Starliner on its approach. Again, we are inside the keep-out sphere. Starliner has been given the go to proceed, and we are targeting the earliest docking time for 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And Starliner looking good on our current rates in. We're expecting about a 6-minute lighting hold when we get to 10 meters.
6-minute lighting hold, copy.
Capcom, Neil Nagata, providing some status updates to Butch and Sunny up in Starliner. And they're still progressing slowly towards the 10-meter hold point. Currently right at around 109 meters away from the Node 24 docking port, progressing in about 21 centimeters per second. Once Starliner reaches the 10-meter holding point, it will hold for about 6 minutes to wait for nominal lighting. Part of the reason for that hold and the nominal lighting is to get enough sunlight in the right direction to help Starliner's Vesta cameras view all of the features of ISS for part of the image recognition part of the Vesta system, as well as it also helps the ISS crew continue to monitor Starliner from their side.
And just a reminder of the NASA astronauts aboard Starliner today. Commander Butch Wilmore, it is his third flight to the International Space Station after having been selected as an astronaut in 2000. He flew first to the International Space Station as a pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009 and served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 in 2014. NASA astronaut Sunny Williams is the pilot for the CFT mission, or Crew Flight Test. She was selected to be a NASA astronaut in 1998. This is also her third flight to the International Space Station, the first one coming as a flight engineer for Expedition 14, and in 2012, a member of Expedition 32. Starliner is now approximately 90 meters away from the International Space Station.
And at the 100-meter point of Starliner's approach towards ISS, it has slowed down to 0.1 meters per second, or 10 centimeters per second. It will continue at that lower rate until it reaches the 10-meter holding point.
And to recap, we are again targeting a docking no earlier than 12:33 p.m. Central Time. This comes after some troubleshooting of some reaction control system thrusters. Those are also known as RCS thrusters on the service module portion of the Starliner spacecraft. We had 5 at different points, had 5 of those thrusters go offline, and through several hot fire tests, we were able to bring back 4 of those thrusters and obtain the go and the redundancy that we needed to enter the keep out sphere and approach the International Space Station for docking.
Passing through the 80-meter mark on Starliner's approach to the Node 24 docking port, we'll expect another decrease in velocity right around the 50-meter mark. We'll cut it in half down from 0.1 meters per second to 0.05. Then further, when we get to the 30-meter mark, we will turn on Starliner's forward docking lights.
Starliner now approximately 63 meters away from the International Space Station. Again, we are docking to the Node 2 forward port today. We are now 33 minutes away from the opening of the next docking window. However, we may hold at the 10-meter hold point for lighting to balance out and give us a better view of the international docking adapter that Starliner is targeting. Starliner continues to use the VESTA system as it approaches the International Space Station. That stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. There are two VESTAs on Starliner so that we have fault tolerance. These include vision-based cameras, a long-wave infrared camera, as well as LiDAR.
Starliner just passing the 50-meter mark. It has now slowed its approach rate to 5 centimeters per second, 0.05 meters per second.
Starliner continues to approach the International Space Station. Both are traveling at approximately 17,000 miles per hour, but in these proximity operations, we have to move very slowly and precisely to line up properly with the Node 2 forward port. We are now about 44 meters away from that docking adapter. The next hold point comes at the 10-meter hold point. And again, we anticipate that we may hold here for some time while we wait for the lighting to balance out for Starliner.
And coming up on 40 meters away from station, still progressing at about that 0.05 meter per second approach rate. Starliner currently experiencing a period of relative darkness where the visual spectrum cameras aren't getting as much information from its picture, but the LiDAR and infrared cameras are taking over for most of the data capture.
Again, this is NASA's Boeing crew flight test to the International Space Station, the first flight of astronauts aboard Starliner. Today, they are carrying NASA's Butch Willimore and Sonny Williams, both making their third trip to the International Space Station after lifting off at 9:52 a.m. Central Time yesterday from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida. And we are coming up on 30 meters from the International Space Station, getting a beautiful view now of Starliner as it continues its approach. We are in an automated piloting mode at this time, so the crew is not having to command the spacecraft. Starliner is designed to automatically rendezvous and dock with the space station, but we have seen the crew take manual control of the spacecraft a couple of times during this flight test. One of those happened yesterday afternoon while we were in what is called far field operations. They essentially got to test maneuvering the spacecraft in case they ever did need to take manual control. And because that test went well, they did the same thing as we were at about the 260-meter hold point earlier today.
just passed through the 30-meter mark, and you see the Starliner's forward docking lights turn on. The station is getting a good view of Starliner with the lighting coming from that direction. We're waiting for the Earth to spin a little bit more, sun to move relatively, so Starliner gets a good set of lighting on station, and we'll continue the approach towards the No. 24 docking port. Starliner nearing the 20-meter point, currently at about 22 meters away, still progressing at 0.05 meters per second. From Starliner's view, front of station is still fairly dark, using mostly the LiDAR sensor for feature tracking on the front of the docking, No. 24 docking port. Currently, you can see Starliner's NASA docking system, NDS. Docking cover has been open for a long period of flight. Currently, the docking ring on the soft capture system is retracted. That's the inner metal ring on the front of NDS with the 3 pedals sticking out from it. Once we hit the 10-meter docking hold point, Starliner will extend the soft capture system, which is a series of motor-controlled arms. Once we start moving forward after the 10-meter hold point, those arms will remain extended. Starliner will approach the International Docking Adapter. Upon contact, there are several spring-loaded latches that will attach Starliner to station. Then, several minutes later, the arms on that soft capture system will retract. From there, there are several hooks that will securely latch Starliner onto that docking port, and then from there we will have hard capture. Right now, we're currently coming up on 16 meters away.
And again, we anticipate holding at that 10-meter hold point. This is a built-in hold, and we may wait here until we get ideal lighting. The International Space Station and Starliner are flying over Algeria and about to cross into an orbital nighttime. Again, we see about 16 sunrises and sunsets each day when traveling at orbital velocity. That's 17,500 miles per hour. In terms of relative velocity right now, Starliner is traveling at about 0.05 meters per second. And to translate that, that's about a tenth of a mile an hour as it moves in toward the International Space Station.
And meter hold confirmed.
Houston copies, and Starliner, we're expecting 6-minute lighting hold before NDS configures for docking.
Station Houston on the big loop. Starliner's at the 10-meter hold point. ISS crew perform 1.106, step 1.2.
Station copies on the big loop. Executing 1.2 of 1.106. ISS crew ready for final approach.
Houston copies.
Starliner Houston, got your fill-ins for your step 31. The maneuver to target align will be at 17:27:40. Expect final approach at 17:30. We're going to have 47 minutes of margin.
Okay, 17:27:40 and final approach 17:30. We don't know if you said 40 or 00.
It was going to be, the time for final approach 17:30:00 with 47 minutes of margin, 47.
Okay, 00 with 47 minutes of margin, copy.
Starliner holding steady in the 10-meter hold point. Currently about 3 minutes and 50 seconds away until for the first phase of the 10-meter hold. We're waiting for better lighting for Starliner's cameras. In the second phase of the 10-meter hold, the NASA docking system will continue to finish its initialization.
Starliner appears suspended in space as it and the International Space Station continue traveling at over 17,000 miles per hour. And again, we are anticipating an orbital nighttime here shortly. We are at the 10-meter hold point. This is a built-in hold for all arrivals. And we will continue holding here until we get the lighting that the teams are looking for to continue to press in towards that Node 2 forward port.
With this close-up view, you can actually get a pretty good view of what the Vesta cameras look like and where they are. Those are the two black rectangular shapes in the upper right and bottom left of that front docking port area. There's also an additional camera offset to the left, just above the orange data connection. Those cameras are spread out in different locations to help better track different features on the front of the International Docking Adapter.
And we are again in a satellite handover with the International Space Station. Station uses the tracking and data relay satellite systems, and we expect to regain visual communication shortly. However, we will still be at that 10-meter hold point. Again, the docking window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. And we are in an automated piloting for the Starliner spacecraft, so Butch and Sunny are able to continue monitoring its approach once we resume that, but they will not be needed to take manual control and fly in and dock the spacecraft. That capability does exist, and we tested some of that manual piloting earlier in the flight.
So we just hit 10-meter hold 2. We're putting step 32 in work, if you're ready.
We are ready.
Again, Houston.
We are ready.
Okay, here goes, step 32.
Here we go. Roger.
All right, NDS latch NEA switch is in enable.
Roger. Starliner reactivating Mustang.
Okay.
Continuing to hold at the 10-meter point while the NASA docking system extends the docking ring, or the soft capture ring, I should say. Now less than 10 minutes away from the opening of the next docking window, again that coming at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
Starliner, Houston on a big loop, NDS and entry cover are configured for docking.
Starliner copies, we're ready.
Capcom Neil Nagata and Commander Butch Wilmore, both confirming that they see NDS ready for docking. We're currently sitting about 1 minute 55 seconds away from the final approach ignition. During the last 10 meters, you'll see Starliner approach at a very slow rate, similar to the last 50 meters that we saw coming in the approach corridor.
The view on the right of your screen in the larger box, that's from Starliner's Vesta cameras. This helps Starliner align with the International Space Station. Again, we are docking to the Node 2 forward port today. Window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And we're looking about 30 seconds away from the final approach.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. You are go to command final approach with tap stop 4 OFM, trigger next.
Here comes Sunny's putting in the trigger next. Tap stop 4.
Station Houston on the big loop. For ISS crew, perform 1.106, steps 1.3 and 1.4.
Station copies, executing 1.3, 1.4, 1.106.
And the Starliner crew have gotten the authority to proceed for the final approach. Starliner is currently at just over 9 meters away, approaching at about 0.05 meters per second, or 5 centimeters per second, towards the known 2 forward docking port.
Again, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, the commander, and Sonny Williams, the pilot, on the crew flight test today. This is an autonomous docking, meaning they are monitoring from inside Starliner, but the spacecraft is currently flying itself. Starliner now less than 7 meters away from the International Space Station. All good calls on the ground.
Estimated time of contact is 2 minutes.
Now approximately 5 meters.
And Starliner passing through 4 meters. Now less than 3 meters away from the International Space Station. Good performance calls coming from teams in mission control. Starliner at 1.5 meters away, currently about 25 seconds from docking. .5 meters.
Contact capture.
We see the same.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time, above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station. Butch and Sunny have made their arrival.
Starliner's soft capture system has finished attenuating any motion after initial capture. Next step for the NASA docking system is to retract its extension arms to allow the hooks on the hard capture system to attach to the docking port on the Node 2 forward international docking adapter.
And with the arrival of Starliner, again, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, we have 2 American crewed spacecraft aboard the International Space Station. And with contact and capture of the Starliner spacecraft, we are now securing the spacecraft to that Node 2 forward port. First step in that is ring retraction of the NASA docking system soft capture ring. Once that's complete, there are 12 hooks that will need to drive and more firmly secure the spacecraft. Those will happen in 2 sets of 6. This takes anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes after the spacecraft arriving to the International Space Station.
station on the big loop. Thrusters disabled for hard maintenance.
Houston copies.
We're now about 6.5 minutes after initial contact and capture of the soft capture system. We can expect the hard capture hooks to start anytime after about 7 minutes from that soft capture time frame. So while we're waiting for the NASA docking system on the Starliner side to finish completing its docking procedure, let's go over to the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Hey, thank you, Jim. We're following along every step of the way here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Judd Freeling working hand in hand with the teams over with you over in Starliner Mission Control, ensuring that everybody's following the joint flight rules that are necessary. There's Judd Freeling in the forward end. To his left is Diana Trujillo, working to monitor all the different steps together. Will Vu over to Vince's right is to Vincent LaCourt's right is Will Vu, the voice from Mission Control here in Houston, up to the crew aboard the International Space Station. Space Station has a couple of maneuvers in order to proceed with the next steps of retracting the NASA docking system ring on the Starliner. The thrusters need to be disabled on the International Space Station side, and the International Docking Adapter must be aligned with the NASA docking system. Teams here in Mission Control Houston verifying all of those have passed, so we're following along to proceed towards a hard capture. Again, we had soft capture confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. The hard capture secures Starliner to the International Space Station. Expect to hear some words from the crew after that hard docking is complete. In the meantime, lots to follow along with to ensure a safe docking, a safe hard docking of Starliner to the International Space Station. A couple of steps. Now, of course, after that hard dock is complete, we still have to go ahead and open up the hatches, so the teams here will remain on console and follow along through the methodical steps necessary to pressurize the vestibule in between Starliner and the International Space Station. That vestibule is the International Docking Adapter. Right now it has been exposed to vacuum, awaiting for Starliner's arrival. Once Starliner is hard docked, they'll follow procedures in order to pressurize that vestibule from 0 psi to match that of Starliner and the International Space Station, same as we have here at sea level, 14.7 psi. That will take some time in order to accomplish. Now, because we docked on the second opportunity here, the second docking window that we were tracking as part of the flight to the International Space Station, we'll follow along to provide estimated times of hatch opening and the welcome ceremony, where the Expedition 71 crew will formally welcome the two first-time flyers of Starliner to the International Space Station, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, the first to fly the Boeing Starliner. Bringing you live views from here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Vincent LaCourte talking with the flight control team. We're all waiting for the hard capture of Starliner to the International Space Station. Again, soft capture confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. We're in a short handover period, so we do not quite have live views from the International Space Station. Should hopefully be regaining those shortly to show you some live views of the spacecraft, the two spacecraft docked together, International Space Station and the Starliner. Fellow Flight Director T.J. Creamer was just passing behind Vincent LaCourte and Diana Trujillo. Lots of team members here in Mission Control Houston following along through the steps after docking the Starliner to the International Space Station. Visiting Vehicle Officer Dory Tomeko is following along with the teams over in the Starliner Flight Control Room. The Visiting Vehicle Officer, a console position here in Mission Control Houston that works very closely with any visiting vehicle spacecraft. The choreography necessary to safely dock and hard capture a visiting vehicle to the International Space Station must be carefully coordinated, and even events on board the International Space Station must be coordinated as well. Again, we talked about the attitude control systems with thrusters inhibited on the space station. Right now, control moment gyros are the ones that are holding the International Space Station in place until after the hard capture, when those thrusters can be re-enabled. There's also an exercise constraint on board the International Space Station, trying to limit the vibrations during dynamic operations of docking two spacecraft together at 17,500 miles an hour. For those just tuning in, we do have a contact and soft capture of the Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, currently at the forward end of the space station inside the Starliner spacecraft. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Team working hand in hand with Starliner Flight Control right down the hall here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The teams are now working through carefully choreographed procedures to ensure a hard docking to the International Space Station. After soft capture is confirmed, there is a series of very critical steps in order for that NASA docking system ring to retract on the Starliner spacecraft, pulling in the spacecraft for a hard dock. At this time, all the flight controllers you see here in the room are watching over those systems and following those procedures very carefully. This is not the first time that Starliner has docked to the International Space Station. Of course, we did have Starliner dock as part of the uncrewed flight demonstration that was OFT-2. This is the first docking with crew inside. Of course, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, both NASA astronauts, awaiting for their arrival aboard the International Space Station. We'll be providing you periodic updates and continuing our coverage through the entire procedure, including the hard dock and welcome of the Starliner crew to the International Space Station. Again, we'll remain on air continuously through the entire procedure of hard docking to the International Space Station. The docking of Starliner to the International Space Station leaves a small gap called a vestibule in between the station and the Starliner. That vestibule is currently at vacuum, and methodically over the next few hours needs to be, once, of course, hard dock is confirmed, needs to be pressurized up to sea level to match that of the internal pressure of Starliner and the International Space Station at 14.7 psi. We'll follow along from both sides, from the space station side as well as the Starliner side. Crew aboard the International Space Station will work through procedures to open up the different hatches and prepare the pressurized mating adapter for welcoming Butch and Sonny inside the orbital complex. There are many steps in order to outfit the pressurized mating adapter and prepare for their arrival, including opening up various hatches, including the Node 2 forward hatch and what's called the APES hatch. This is the hatch on the station side. On the Starliner side, the hatch is called the IVA, and that will be opened as well to allow a clear path for Butch and Sonny to enter into the International Space Station.
Starliner, all books are closed.
Houston copies. We agree, and we're just waiting for the sequence to complete.
Again, you're getting live views from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. On the forward end of the screens there, you see some of the camera is set up in the Node 2 module of the International Space Station. This is at the very forward end. The hatch that you're looking at in this view is the Node 2 forward hatch. That is one of 3 that will be needed to be opened in order to welcome Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station. Currently closed as part of the docking operations.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. We've all been waiting a little while for this call. That was an OK 3-wire, Fly Navy, docking complete.
Okay, indeed. Nice to be attached to the big city in the sky.
And from the ISS Flight Control Team, congratulations to all NASA and Boeing teams on this historic day. Butch and Sonny, nicely done. Welcome back to the ISS.
Outstanding. Great place to be. We're looking forward to staying here for a couple of weeks and getting all the things done in Starliner that we need to get done, and also on station, ready to work.
Welcome aboard, Starliner.
Starliner Capcom, Neil Nagata on the right in your screen, flanked to his side by NASA astronaut Mike Fink. To the left of Neil, Starliner Flight Director Ed Van Cise.
We're going to call that the big time.
Yeah, you have extension.
We're going to call that the big time approach and controlled collision, and the Claire Moore grab, grapple, cinch, and hold.
All right, roger that. It's on the record now.
Butch and Sonny, of course, very much looking forward to entering the International Space Station, the crew aboard the space station as well.
Starliner Houston on the big loop.
Station's here.
With the residue report on the outside of the Starliner hatch, we're going to work hatches 1 at a time, starting on the ISS side. So after A pass hatch open for TC, this is 1.302 step 5.6. Let us know if you smell anything off nominal. If you do, close the hatch and egress and we'll talk. But if things are good, we'll take some photos of the Starliner hatch, and assuming that we're still good, we'll work to get the Starliner hatch opened.
Okay, a copy in 1.302. Say again the step. I've got a...
Not a problem, TC. Step 5.6 is the actual A-pass hatch opening.
Okay, that may be another...
TC, we're just giving you a big picture right now, so...
One more thing from Starliner.
Go ahead, Starliner.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
TC, we're not ready for you to get into those steps yet. We'll let you know when we are ready. And one additional point here, we want you to focus those photos and your inspection on the actual window in the hatch.
Roger that. Photos on the actual window hatch.
So we're not sure everyone involved, but certainly great work by Flight and the prop team and whoever else was working to get us attached here. So fantastic. We're proud of you.
And we appreciate that down here, Butch. Starliner Houston, on the big loop, I'm ready for you to pick up in step 1 of 1.302, the CST-100 post-docking leak checks and ingress.
Station Houston on the big loop for TC. We're ready for you to perform step 2.1 and 1.302.
Copy and work.
Starliner Houston big loop, just be advised we're deactivating Mustang for your suit doffing activities. I'll let you know when it's off.
Hey, and can you say the procedure one more time? We were screwing around doing other things.
No worries. 1.302, that's the first green block on your activity, on your timeline, CST hatch leak check. And that's step 1 only, please.
Step 1, CST hatch leak check.
Lots happening right now. Congratulations in the Starliner flight control room. Handshakes all around. The crew is carefully awaiting confirmation of hard dock to proceed with the next steps. Of course, opening up the hatches and welcoming Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station. The contact and soft capture was confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. Teams in the room there in Starliner Mission Control celebrating the arrival of Butch and Sonny. We're hearing on both ends, on the Starliner end and on the International Space Station end, proceeding to open up the hatches. Celebration here in the International Space Station flight control room as well. Excitement all around to welcome Butch and Sonny on board. Again, it'll be a number of hours before we go ahead and open up those hatches. These steps to safely do so are very methodical. We'll follow along and continue our coverage every step of the way and give you updates on estimated times of the hatch opening and the welcome ceremony. The Mustang system that you heard referred to on the loops there is the internal camera system. Hope to...
I know you got the numbers, but 1.2 is 14.8, 14.8.01. We're in our 10-minute wait. We started about 30 seconds ago.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Hey, Butch, say again the time.
Oh, 200.
Roger.
I stand by. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. That's my from TPI counter. Make that 0445.
Couple of minutes before I talk to you. Are you ready?
And Starliner, Houston, Big Loop, the Mustang cameras are off OFF.
Well, it's a wonderful day in both of the flight control rooms here in Houston. Starliner flight control teams and International Space Station flight control teams, as well as the crew aboard the International Space Station and inside Starliner, all working together to bring these two spacecraft together. We have confirmed docking at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. That was a contact and soft capture. Now the teams in both rooms are celebrating and congratulating all of the hard work that got us to this moment, the two spacecraft together. We're counting down, and we're going to follow along as part of our live coverage every step of the way to take you through the hatch opening steps and welcome Butch and Sunny on board the International Space Station. This is just the beginning of the celebrations, but we still have a lot to do. From here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we'll follow along as the International Space Station crew, specifically Matt Dominic and Tracy Dyson, will work together to open up the hatches and begin the methodical sequence of preparing for Butch and Sunny to be welcomed aboard the International Space Station, including pressurizing that vestibule. For now, though, we'll toss it back over to Leah Cheshire and Jim May, who we've been working with and coordinating closely to enable today's docking. Leah and Jim.
Thanks, Gary, and welcome back to the White Flight Control Room, where you can see there is a lot of activity happening behind us. Again, we docked today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, and we are anticipating hatch opening around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. So the teams are already stepping through those procedures on the space station and on Starliner.
And this is Boeing's Jim May. I'll be signing off. Thank you for letting me be there with you for this pretty historic moment for the Starliner crew, the ISS crew, all of NASA. My counterpart, Boeing's Rebecca Regan, will be taking you through with Leah and the rest of the team for the rest of the hatch opening and the ceremony for Starliner's crew arriving, Butch and Sunny arriving at the International Space Station.
That's right. We're not going anywhere. We're staying live until we see Butch and Sunny come floating through the hatch. We also anticipate to see some views from the crew while still aboard Starliner through the Mustang video system. We've heard some calls that those cameras have been taken off for now. That way the crew can get out of their suits and into something a little more comfortable before they join the other side of the space station crew. Again, still live here in the International Space Station, in the Starliner flight control room, as teams continue celebrating the arrival of Starliner today. That happened at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
Starliner, just curious, who is at prop today?
Say again, Butch?
Okay, who's sitting prop today?
It's Mr. Lenort, sir.
Mr. Lenort, a man we all look up to. Thank you. Please relay your team that some really great expeditious work. It's not unnoticed, of course. Wonderful.
Yeah, he's not standing now, so I don't have to look up to him, but we copy that. Appreciate it.
Station Houston on the big loop. ISS thrusters have been enabled, and as you can probably guess, hard maid is complete.
Station copies. Great news.
All right, so we're showing 10 minutes, and the numbers look the same, except the vestibule pressure went down 1/100th of a percent.
Roger that, Butch. Good leak checks were good for you to pick up in 1.4.
Okay, got 1.4. All right, Houston, initial hatch leak check is complete.
Roger that.
And we'll stand by until you verify that the India's power down is done.
All right, Butch. Yeah, we concur. India's power down's complete. We're working with ISS for the initial vestibule pressurization. As you heard, we're going to have a delta this procedure where we're not opening the hatches SIMO.
Station Houston on the big loop for TC. You have a go to perform step 3 in 1.302. TC Houston on the big loop. We'd like for you to close the APAS equalization valve.
Starliner Houston, air to ground 1.
Copy, good config.
Houston, Starliner, we're at air to ground 1. Just to let you know, also the WAP and all the CNS stuff is stored down, and satellite cameras all stored down.
Okay, hey, yeah, copy that. And then for your panel, Sunny, the pilot panel, can you take space-to-space talk listen, please?
Absolutely. Deal complete.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Thank you. We just get a hum because we got the big loop configured. Figured we'd move over to air to ground 1 just for a little bit to declutter the loops. No, we're not per timeline. So if you take a look at your timeline, we were calling up centerline camera WAP, and then you got all your suit off and those activities. You can reference your plan on the tablet. Just curious with the centerline camera, before we turned it off, did you guys catch a last battery reading, or maybe you saw something right as we got close?
It was right about 3/4, actually, because that was the one that I had charged up overnight. So it was 3/4 when we shut it down.
Okay, great news. Thank you so much.
Houston Station on the big loop. Just a report per procedure. GMT 18:19:20 was when the APAS equalization valve was closed.
Houston copies.
And Neil, when you guys are ready for those comm checks, let us know. Also, we're just standing by for that as well.
Yeah, copy that.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining our continuous coverage of the CFT, the Crew Flight Test mission to the International Space Station, the first flight of astronauts aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire. We saw docking of the Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
And I'm Boeing's Rebecca Regan, and just before I got on console here, there was NASA leadership and Boeing leadership in the room congratulating everyone for docking with the International Space Station today with the Starliner. First time that we've ever had humans on board, so really exciting day, and it took a little bit to get there, and I think on display was just an ultimate team sport by the Boeing and NASA team this afternoon.
Absolutely, and not to mention the hard work and efforts of our two crew members aboard Starliner itself. That's NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. They are still in the Starliner capsule. We have confirmation that hard capture is complete, so the spacecraft is securely attached to the Node 2 forward port on the International Space Station, and teams are continuing to work through the steps ahead of hatch opening. We anticipate that hatch opening to come in about an hour, 2:20 p.m. Central Time. This view on the right-hand side of your screen, NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson is working to prepare the space station side of the hatch to open and welcome the two new visitors to the orbiting laboratory.
On the left-hand side of the screen, you see Starliner there docked to the International Space Station. You know, we said it took a little bit to get to this point today, and, you know, I couldn't help but think Butch used to say, you know, if I wanted to, I could do barrel rolls around the International Space Station, and while he didn't do that today, they certainly did put Starliner through its paces.
Yeah, the crew had a couple of opportunities to do some manual piloting. One of those happened yesterday before their rest period. They did these far-field manual piloting operations, getting to take control of the spacecraft and maneuver it. This is a test flight, again, to make sure that Starliner is ready for operational rotation missions. And so with that completion of the manual piloting yesterday, the teams, or I should say the astronauts, did the same thing today at about 260 meters away from the International Space Station.
Definitely got to put their test pilot chaps to work today.
Station Houston on the big loop for Matt and timeline.
Go ahead.
Matt, sorry for the delay there. So we're going to work through hatches as quick as we can. As far as we can tell, we're about an hour behind on the timeline. And for your awareness, the second PAO event on the timeline is canceled for today.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at. He gave us the slide time, so we expect roughly an hour for each activity, which makes total sense.
Yep. And did you copy the call on the exercise go?
Station copies exercise go. We're busy with other stuff, but yes.
And
also, Houston, for SA, both Node 2 cameras are mounted and loaded for PO if you want two different angles.
We appreciate that. We'll take a look. And Matt, one additional thing for you. Depending on how things look like at the end of the day, we may slide your wake-up time to the right by an hour tomorrow.
Station copies. We're so happy to have them aboard.
Comms continue from teams on the ground to the Starliner crew and the crew aboard the International Space Station. Now, we are in a satellite handover. They were discussing some upcoming PAO, or Public Affairs Office events. The first of those will be the welcome ceremony. We anticipate that to happen about 20 minutes after hatch opening. Again, tracking hatch opening for around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. The second of those events may be rescheduled at a later date, but it was a private discussion. The second of those events, correction, was the VIP event that we were anticipating later this afternoon. We previously heard the call that the crew is go to resume exercise on the International Space Station. This is something that they are asked to stand down from when it comes time for a spacecraft to dock or depart. That's so that there aren't any loads imparted on the space station as any crew members are moving.
You may see there on your screen someone familiar. It looks like that person's smiling, and it is Sunny Williams, pilot of the crew flight test on Starliner. Again, we are live here in the Starliner Flight Control Room at Mission Control Houston in Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And the view on your screen is of Starliner on its crewed flight test to the International Space Station with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. The spacecraft arrived at 12:34 p.m. Central Time as the space station was flying over the southern Indian Ocean. Crews on both the Starliner side and the space station side are starting to walk through their procedures for hatch opening. We're expecting that to come around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. It would be followed shortly by a welcome ceremony for the two visiting crew members. Part of that preparation ahead of
hatch opening is vestibule pressurization. The vestibule is the space between the Starliner spacecraft and the International Space Station. Of course, this was previously exposed to a vacuum, the vacuum of space, before Starliner docked. So we want to pressurize that. We use the air, or the pressure, I should say, from the interior of the International Space Station. When it comes time for Starliner to undock, we will regain that pressure rather than venting it overboard.
So as Leah mentioned, as we docked to the International Space Station, we were flying over the South Indian Ocean, and so much synergy there for Sunny in particular. You know, she chose the gravity indicator, a narwhal, to bring awareness to research in space and research in the oceans. She says they go hand in hand. She also named the Starliner Calypso after Jacques Cousteau. So just really cool that she got a chance to do that today, and I certainly hope that people from India were tuning in, because Sunny is from Indian descent.
And on the right side of your screen, you saw a glimpse of NASA astronaut Matt Dominic and NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps as they prepare to welcome Butch and Sunny aboard the space station. Both of these crew members arrived earlier this year as part of the Crew 8 mission. It's both of their first flight to the International Space Station. On the contrary, for our two visitors today, this is the third visit to the space station for both Butch and Sunny.
Seeing live views now of Starliner outside the International Space Station through a space station camera, hoping to get at least 4 views of Starliner from inside the capsule here in just a few minutes. Crew's getting ready, and we'll, open the hatches and cross over soon. So if you all tuned in to coverage as they were making their way to the International Space Station, you may have heard Butch say a couple times that they had donned their fancy sweaters. So I'm very curious to see what they're wearing as they cross the hatch today.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the hatch, on the space station side, that's NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. She arrived to the orbiting laboratory in February. She is on an approximately 6-month mission. She and Matt Dominic, also a NASA astronaut, are sort of the prime members for configuring the space station side for welcoming Butch and Sunny today.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Matt and Starliner hatch.
Go ahead, for Matt.
Hey, Matt, we want to go over the APAS hatch plan with you one more time. So once we get that APAS hatch open, we're not ready for that yet. We want you to do an inspection and take pictures of the Starliner hatch and the residue. Once you've had a chance to do that, give us a call and give us a description of what you see. Now, if anything liberates or you experience any irritation, we want you to close the hatch and give us a call.
Okay, so I'm not doing it now, but when we open the APAS hatch, I will open it, I will use my eyes and my nose to smell, and I will take pictures with the camera. If there's anything, residue or anything, I will close the APAS hatch.
Good read, and we want you to focus on the Starliner hatch window.
Copy the window.
Who is Matt?
Yeah, that's what we're wondering, but you can ask that on the big loop.
Who is Matt?
And Starliner Houston, while we investigate who Matt is, we will, I'm just curious if you guys are good with us turning the Mustang cameras back on.
Give us a few minutes for Mustang. We'll call you.
Yeah, no rush, no rush. Station Houston on 2 for Matt. We see you in the PMA. You don't have a go for APAS open yet, so stand by on that.
Houston, Matt on 2. I am not opening the hatch. I'm just setting everything out, so when the time comes, we can move quick.
Houston copies.
Who is Matt?
We are about an hour and 12 minutes post-docking of Starliner's first crewed flight to the International Space Station. On the left hand of your screen there, you see Starliner, and you may see a little black line, or maybe a bigger black line on the thermal protection system of Starliner. And that is because Starliner, this particular crew module, has been to space and back again on orbital flight test 1. And so that is residual marks from the ablation of reentry. You're also seeing the horizon there underneath Starliner, a beautiful view. And we're going to go ahead and toss it over to Gary Jordan in the International Space Station control room, who will cover what's going on the right-hand side of your screen.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, we're here in the International Space Station flight control room, working hand in hand with the teams in the Starliner flight control room down the hall. Live from this view, you can see the flight controllers hard at work, looking after the procedures of opening up the hatches and making sure we are going through the methodical steps necessary to open up the hatches and welcome Butch and Sunny aboard the International Space Station. Inside Node 2 right now, you see NASA astronaut Matt Dominic working through some of those procedures. Teams are working through a leak check just to make sure we can work through those. In the meantime, Matt Dominic has set up a variety of different cameras inside Node 2. Some of them will be used to live stream the welcome of Butch and Sunny to the International Space Station. We're getting a view from one of those views now. Dominic currently donning some of the equipment necessary to perform an investigation once those hatches are opened. Now there are 3 hatches needed to be opened to welcome Butch and Sunny to the International Space Station. One of them is already opened. You can see at the very forward end of your screen there, the Node 2 hatch. Once this is open, you can see through to the pressurized mating adapter all the way down to the next hatch, which is the APAS hatch. This is on the station side, and on the other side of that hatch would be the vestibule that separates the Starliner from the International Space Station. That vestibule right now being checked as part of the leak checks necessary to pressurize that vestibule and open up those hatches. There's another hatch on the other side. This is the Starliner hatch called the IVA. And teams will be working to work through those procedures to open that hatch, which is uniquely a free-floating hatch. It's not on a hinge, so the crew will work to remove that hatch and then temporarily stow it as part of the procedures to welcome Butch and Sonny aboard. Now, some of the gear you are looking at, Matt Dominic, starting to don, is allowing for the inspection of those hatches. As part of any normal procedure of opening up the hatches, just to make sure it is truly safe, the crew inside the station dons some goggles that have, and you can see the headlamp to illuminate some of the working space that's necessary to look for any foreign object debris or anything that is part of the hatch opening sequence to ensure there's nothing obstructing the various hatch components, and we can ensure a good sequence of opening up those hatches. Now, Dominic is going through and getting just a jump start before giving the go to open up the hatch and begin that sequence. Just making sure he's got the necessary gear. In the meantime, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps appearing in the foreground and working with Dominic there in the background, who will be leading the steps necessary to open up the hatches. Some of the reports you've heard on the big loop include inspecting some residue that was reported on the Starliner forward window. This is on the IVA hatch.
With you on one, that we haven't skipped over anything. I know we're a little bit behind the timeline.
Well, as far as I can tell, we've got almost everything squared away. Is there anything in particular you were looking for?
No, just wanted to make sure that that there's nothing we missed.
Well, you know, what would be nice are some tablet battery percentages. And Butch, where we are is we're just going to wait on the leak checks. We're still waiting on the leak checks for the vestibule. And then, you know, we've got the deltas for the hatch opening. So we're still in the middle of the big leak check.
Okay, number 9 is 22, number 12 is 35. Neither one of them are charging right now.
Okay, roger that.
The voices you're hearing as part of that communication is that of Neil Nagata, the Starliner Capcom, over in the other room, speaking with Butch Wilmore on the other side of that hatch. Just as we are seeing.
And Butch, Richie's suggesting that since we're going to be on the tablets for a little while, that if you want to, you can go ahead and put one on charge on the spider cable.
Okay, yeah, we'll put 12 on it.
Roger.
Again, hearing some of the comms between Neil Nagata, Capcom in Starliner Flight Control Room, and Butch Wilmore on the other side of the hatch. They have their own procedures to work through to prepare Starliner for the hatch opening operations. In the meantime, we're getting views from the Node 2 module of the International Space Station. You see there Matt Dominic in the foreground working with Jeanette Epps, both NASA astronauts working through the procedures to open up the hatches. Now they're getting a jump start on some of the steps necessary to open up the hatch. There are a couple of steps ahead. As you can see, they have these cameras set up to allow us to have some wonderful live views from inside in preparation for those hatch opening steps. But once Butch and Sonny enter into the International Space Station.
Just, on air to ground 1, Butch and Sonny. Be advised, we're going to swap S-band strings so CDH can do some file manipulation on the DRM. I'll let you know when we're on string 1. That's for S-band, space to ground.
And we copy.
Now again, from inside Node 2, various cameras and lights set up to allow the best possible views of Butch and Sonny's ingress into the International Space Station. So we're witnessing some of those steps.
And Butch or Sonny, for the tablets, we'd like to know if you've got both tablets now configured for airplane mode.
That's affirmative.
Roger that, thanks.
Quick question.
Yeah.
The undergarments we wore under our suits for launching up till now, we're not sure what remained on the spacecraft and what was taken off. Do we have another supply of undergarments, or do we have to save these and wear them back?
All right, we're going to check on that.
So a quick recap. Starliner docked to the International Space Station with a contact and soft capture at 12:34 p.m. Central Time today, June 6th. Crew here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room has been working with the crew you see here on your screen, the Expedition 71 crew members on board the station. We're working in tandem with the Starliner Flight Control team.
On Air to Ground 1, we went ahead and swapped over to Space to Ground 1 transceiver. And as far as the suit undergarments go, we're going to have to hang on to those for the mission. That's the only set you got.
Okay, only set we got. Thanks, I think.
We're hearing some of the steps from inside the Starliner capsule, from inside Calypso. Butch and Sonny both working through the steps necessary to prepare Starliner prior to the hatch opening sequence and the welcome by the Expedition 71 crew you see here on your screen inside the International Space Station. The steps needed to prepare are not too different from preparing for a long journey. For more, again, we're working here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in tandem with the Starliner Flight Control team in the same building, just next door in the White Flight Control Room. For more on this, let's head over to Leah and Rebecca, who are following along with the teams in Starliner Flight Control Room. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Gary. Yes, you're hearing Capcom Neil Nagata talk to Butch Wilmore aboard Calypso, the approximate size of a minivan. And so you're hearing that, and it's definitely relatable for a long trip with your family. You know, where did I pack my items? And, you know, what's coming next? I'm surprised we haven't heard anyone say, are we there yet? Or can we get into space station yet? So very relatable to a long journey that any one of us would take. Obviously a lot harder to get to. We saw that on display today. Looking forward to seeing Butch and Sonny both in the Starliner spacecraft and being welcomed in the International Space Station.
And we are still in the period in which we are pressurizing the vestibule, the space between the Starliner and the International Space Station hatches. Again, it was exposed to vacuum. We need to bring that up to the same pressure as what is in both spacecraft. But to take a look back At the timeline of our mission so far, launch occurred yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida. The OI burn, or the orbital insertion burn, occurred about 30 minutes later, that coming at about 10:23 a.m. Central Time. Since then, Starliner conducted a few more maintenance burns overnight, and then this morning got back into its burn plan with the NHPC-1 burn coming at 7:52 a.m. Central Time. That's a height adjust burn, followed by the NHPC-2 burn at 8:14 a.m. Central Time. Both of those good burns and just fine-tuning our approach to the International Space Station. The TPI, or the terminal phase initiation burn, TPI burn, that occurred at 9:02 a.m. Central Time. Also a good burn. There were two inbound fly-around burns, one at 9:47, one at 10:07 a.m. These swung Starliner up and out in front of the approach corridor, and eventually we had the approach corridor initiation burn. Once Starliner was on that approach corridor, that means they were directly in front of the Node 2 forward docking axis. That's where they docked today.
Go ahead.
We could give you a go for step 5 and 1.302.
Copy, step 1.302.
Good copy.
Going in.
So ahead of that vestibule pressurization, we have to do leak checks to make sure the levels are balancing out before we bring pressure into the vestibule. So those are now complete, and we are go to proceed with pressurizing the vestibule.
Houston, Matt on 2, APAS equalization valve is open, looking for your go in 5.2.
You have a go for step 5.2.
Houston, Matt on 2, how copy?
Matt, we didn't get anything if you called down earlier.
Copy. You gave me a go in 5.2. I think I missed a big picture call earlier. I overheard part of it. Understand, Starliner is keeping its hatch closed, and we're going to take the picture, so I'm proceeding with 5.3, just clarifying.
That is correct. And if you see anything, we want a description of what you see. And if there's any concern, you could close the hatch. And the focus area of inspection of photos is the window.
That makes total sense. I was just making sure 1,000% we were skipping that FCC call from Mission Control Starliner. Thanks.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. Teeter's direction blockage, so we're going to be on the big loop.
Starliner copy, big loop.
All right, Butch, hey, we're ready for you guys to pick up in 1.302. It's going to be step 6.3 only, prepping for hatch open. Right now, I think you copied, Matt's got the APAS hatch open, so they're doing some work there, and then they're going to take a look at that stuff that you reported on the window.
Okay, well, that's 1.302, step 6.3 only, and who is Matt?
Still working on it.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is a live view of the International Space Station. Matt Dominic, NASA astronaut, there in the front of the frame. He is working to bring on board the new visitors to the space station. That would be NASA's Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who arrived on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. This is NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test Mission. It is the very first flight of astronauts aboard Starliner to the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 2 for Matt and APAS.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you confirm for us where you are in step 5?
We'll be waiting 5 minutes for hatch seal relaxation. Specifically 5.5.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the confirmation.
Reviewing the crew's procedures, this is the next step ahead of opening the APAS hatch. That is the hatch on the space station side. Of course, Starliner has its own hatch that will need to be opened. That is the IVA, or the Intravehicular Activity hatch.
Station Houston on the big loop for any available crew. Looks like there's an MV over one of the IMVs going into Columbus. We'd appreciate it if you can move it. It's over the IMV. The valve part. Appreciate it.
As you can see, NASA astronaut Matt Dominic has donned or put on some safety goggles and a mask as he prepares to open the APAS hatch. This has been exposed to the vacuum of space, and with the docking of a new spacecraft, he's taking an extra precaution ahead of opening that hatch. Of course, we will still have to wait for the Starliner side of the hatch to be opened. Matt Dominic, NASA astronaut, has opened the APAS hatch. He will go in and take some photographs of that space between the APAS and Starliner hatch.
Starliner Houston, Big Loop, you okay with us activating Mustang?
Yes, we are now ready for Mustang.
Okay, it's coming up.
Houston, Matt on 2 for inspection.
Go ahead, Matt.
From what I can tell, nothing looks unusual. Was able to yell at Butch through the window and Sonny, which was great. Now that we have light in there with the helmet lamp, neither Butch nor I can see anything of interest on the window. It looks nominal.
I think what we saw was just maybe on our side. There is some stuff on the outside of the main window, the cabin window, but that one looks good. I agree.
Copy that, Matt. Great news. Thanks.
Those words coming from teams on the ground to Matt Dominic and Butch Wilmore aboard the International Space Station and Starliner, respectively. They were looking to see if there was any residue on the small window that is on
Matt, you go ahead and continue with the rest of step 5.
Welcome.
Starliner, no action on a prop caution. It's expected.
Again, they were looking for any residue that might be on the window on the IVA hatch, the intravehicular activity hatch. This is the hatch that is on Starliner. Hearing a good report and no further actions there, so they are going to prepare to open up that hatch and welcome Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station. This will be Butch and Sonny's first time opening Starliner's hatch in space, but they have had plenty of practice here on Earth. They've trained extensively with Boeing's mock-up trainer hatch and a standalone hatch at Johnson Space Center in Houston. They've also worked with the pad abort vehicle hatch in Florida, which is very bulky and very heavy.
And your report about your window, I can give you a go now for step 6.2. In addition to the go for step 6.3 that I gave you a few minutes ago, but stand by for the next go.
That pad abort vehicle hatch in Florida is very bulky and very heavy, especially when you are not in microgravity like they are today. But the Starliner flight crew integration team, made up of mostly human factors engineers, came up with a way that allowed Butch and Sonny to train with the bulk of the hatch without the 100-pound weight of the hatch by using a 15-pound foam replica that helped validate hatch stowage and moving about the Starliner cabin.
been about an hour and 45 minutes since docking today of Starliner to the International Space Station, that coming again at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, and we are standing by for hatch opening to officially welcome Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams back to the International Space Station. This is the third flight to the space station for both crew members.
I'm sorry, Butch, didn't quite copy that. Did you say 6.2 complete?
Affirmative, 6.2 complete.
Roger.
You can turn down the cabin test some if you'd like.
And no action cabin temp. Hi, I didn't copy your last, though.
Ted, I can turn it down. It's getting, you remember how it was cold earlier, but now it's fine, and we can turn it down some. It's currently at the 230 position.
All right, Butch, your discretion on the temperature.
Okay, it's at 11 o'clock.
Roger. Starliner Houston on the big loop. Big moment here. You are go to get into step. All right, no action message. You're go to pick up in step 6.4 and through the rest of step 6 to open the hatch.
Six decimal four, here we go.
We are standing by for the opening of the Starliner hatch. Several Expedition 71 crew members on the space station side eagerly awaiting the arrival of their two new visitors, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. Again, we docked at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
Station Houston on the big loop. We're about 1 minute out to a handover. We'd like to hold off on ingress. We'd like to get this on video.
Station copies.
Leah mentioned and the anticipation for hatch open of the Starliner spacecraft. And if you all tuned in for OFT2, you know that that hatch open actually came from the space station side. This time around, it will come from Starliner side, the first time that we've done that in space, which is going to be very exciting to witness. And this time will be a little bit different too. Last time we turned the latch inside counterclockwise, like lefty loosey, righty tighty. This time we will actually have Butch or Sunny, depends on who decides to do it. They will turn the latch 1 1/4 turn clockwise from inside the Starliner. They also have a window that you've heard them talk about, so we might be able to see their faces from inside that camera that you saw on the International Space Station.
And we do have a handover of the tracking data relay satellite system. You heard that call to the crew just before we lost those views. Letting them know that we would just wait until we regained communications because we definitely don't want to miss the moment that Butch and Sunny float into the International Space Station. So we expect to regain visual from...
No action, cabin humidity high. And I don't know if you copied Will's call earlier. We'll just wait till we have KU band back until you start coming into the ISS.
That's Capcom Neil Nagata speaking with the Starliner crew. Letting them know we are standing by for hatch opening. And we have regained video.
With KU and video.
With the exception of crew sleep, Butch and Sunny have been very busy aboard the spacecraft. And I know that our Starliner and Boeing and NASA teammates here on the ground just can't wait to talk to them about their experiences so that we know how to make adjustments for future missions, longer duration missions to the International Space Station. Earlier this afternoon, I got a text message from former NASA astronaut Chris Ferguson, who helped in the Starliner's development, and I bet he can't wait either. His fingerprints are all over the spacecraft, and now so are Butch and Sunny's.
Like Rebecca mentioned, teams will be looking for feedback from Butch and Sunny on how their flight uphill went. This is a crew flight test, so there have been several demonstrations that have happened so far and will continue throughout the docked time frame and during undocking and landing. Teams will start looking for feedback on habitability of the spacecraft, how it performs as a safe haven if that were ever to be needed, manual piloting, which we saw a couple of times during the ride uphill. And once the hatch is open, we'll be waiting to see the bell on the space station side be rung to welcome 2 new visitors to the International Space Station.
While Starliner is docked to the International Space Station, there will be more flight test objectives achieved, along with the ones that Leah just mentioned that have already been achieved, as well as operational capability checkouts. Those are things where the crew gets to interface with the Starliner and we get to check off some more items. This is a primarily crew interface test, so we're looking forward to hearing more about their experiences. But in terms of flight test objectives, they will establish joint ventilation with ISS, recharge Starliner's batteries, verify telemetry paths and file transfers, transfer cargo to and from the ISS, including a urine processing assembly pump that Starliner actually we were able to put into the Starliner while it was at the launch pad because it was a need for the International Space Station. So proving the flexibility of not only the spacecraft to fly cargo, but also of the team. A lot of teamwork went into that across the NASA and Boeing community to get that pump up. And I believe they're going to be working on that pretty quickly aboard the International Space Station.
And while Starliner is on the International Space Station, when we docked earlier and confirmed that we were hard mated, the umbilical started receiving power from the space station. Starliner will also be put into a quiescent mode to minimize the power it's taking from the space station during its docked time frame. It can be turned on very quickly if that were to be needed. From what we can see in this view, it looks like we have most, if not all, of the crew members aboard the International Space Station awaiting their visitors to open the hatch on the Starliner side. Currently living on the station, we have the Expedition 71 crew, including NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Mike Barrett, Matthew Dominic, and Jeanette Epps, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Oleg Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, and Alexander Gerbyankin. Of course, we're adding 2 more NASA astronauts to that mix today, bringing the total of people living and working on the space station to 9.
Leah, this again is just a display of a team sport. When we think about Starliner, yes, it is an American capability, but it's also going to provide global access to the International Space Station and potentially new destinations in low Earth orbit. We'll see at least one international crew member fly up on Starliner 1, Josh Kutrick, Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
Station Houston on the big loop, just for status. CFT crew has just opened up the IVA hatch equalization valve.
Cannot rush into opening 2 vehicles that are connected in space. Want to make sure that pressure is equalized between the 2 vehicles.
All eyes on the IVA hatch.
Maybe they're not in a rush.
Now 2 hours exactly since Starliner docked to the International Space Station on NASA's Boeing crew flight test. Again, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. We are just standing by for Butch and Sunny to float in as the first crew members to fly aboard Starliner.
I saw Sunny Williams at the orbital flight test landing in New Mexico, and I remember her telling Rosie the Rocketeer, which was the ATD riding in the vehicle, hey, get out of my seat. So maybe she just doesn't want to get out yet. While we can't see what's happening inside Starliner right now, we do know that after lessons learned from Orbital Flight Test 2, the teammates for Starliner actually redesigned the hatch stowage procedures and the straps. So basically modifications to securing the mechanism. So it floated around a little bit more than we anticipated for OFT2. So they went from 2 anchor points to 4 anchor points. So I could imagine maybe they're working on that right now. So the hatch is likely out of the way and they're working on stowing it.
Yes, it's definitely not as quick as the movies when you watch spacecraft arrive to another orbiting laboratory. There are several procedures that have to take place before the crew can fly in, things that need to be stowed, and we take careful detail to track everything aboard the International Space Station as well as aboard a visiting spacecraft to make sure everyone arrives and leaves with what they brought up or what they needed to leave on board.
I do remember Sunny saying during one of their free flight downlink events where we heard the audio saying that she promised the team she was going to clean up after herself, and Butch was modeling that for her. looks like the anticipation is building with the International Space Station crew. So, we kind of talked about it before, like a road trip, like little kids waiting for your parents or grandparents to arrive for the holidays. It's probably really exciting and also really like, hey, come on.
Yeah, and the crews aboard the International Space Station, they get a lot of opportunities to talk with their friends and family at home, but we really only see new visitors essentially every 6 months, as we either have a Soyuz arrival or Crew Dragon arrival or now a Starliner arrival. So it's always really exciting to see new friends arrive and new faces at the International Space Station.
NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps seen in view on the left-hand side of your screen, and she actually trained to be on the Starliner 1 mission. So I'm sure she's very excited to get inside too and actually see it from space and not just from the ground.
Yeah, Jeanette flew up on the Crew 8 mission, and having that ability to cross-train on 2 different vehicles is a pretty special opportunity.
Hey, Butch and Sunny put in a lot of work to get here, so they deserve to take their time.
We're looking for a grand entrance. Teams here in the white flight control room are conducting a handover between shifts. The new flight director on console is Rick Henfling. And we are still standing by for Butch and Sunny to float from Starliner into the space station.
Lots of cheering here in the room. Big hugs. Sunny William coming through in her blue flight suit. Oh.
And followed shortly behind by Commander of Starliner, Butch Wilmore. Now back on the space station, the third visit for both astronauts and the first crewed flight test of the Starliner spacecraft.
Everyone looking very happy, like they had a great ride.
And the ingress or the entrance of Butch and Sunny coming at 2:45 p.m. Central Time. Again, their arrival to the space station today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, bringing the space station total crew right now up to 9 people.
Arriving for the first time ever in Boeing Starliner spacecraft. I can imagine they're very happy to see people without masks. You know, they've been in quarantine since a couple of weeks before the first launch attempt in May, finally launching, earlier this week on June 5th, docking on June 6th. And so big smiles there. I'm sure seeing those not behind masks is probably something they're really excited about.
And again, that launch coming yesterday morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. And the crew is going to give us a little bit of a welcome ceremony.
Available crew in PAO events.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, we'd figure Butch and Sunny want to take a quick break here, so you guys let us know when you're ready for the event, and whenever you have a chance, we'd like to do a quick voice check.
Okay, we'll get that set up.
Thanks.
Yeah, Houston, you want, which camera you want the microphone on? Are you using both cameras or just one?
So we did not see live Mustang views today. That doesn't mean we won't see them. But teammates here in Mission Control were working an issue with an IP address. So very similar situation to that you might have at home, but we will get to see that. And we will also get all of the downlink events that you heard via audio transferred while they're docked to the station. So we'll be able to put those out on our channels after we get through this big milestone where we welcome the crew. Again, live views here aboard the International Space Station as we have just seen NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams float through the hatch from Starliner into the orbiting laboratory, being welcomed by 7 crew members, now bringing the total of people living and working on the space station up to 9. They are getting configured for a welcome ceremony. We expect that to begin shortly. You heard over the big loop that Butch and Sunny wanted a bit of a break, maybe to stretch their legs a little bit. It was a more than 25-hour trip to the International Space Station, and you know they were in the vehicle for a couple hours before launch as well on June 5th. And with the arrival of Starliner today, we have 6 spacecraft docked to the International Space Station. That includes obviously Starliner, SpaceX's Dragon from the Crew 8 mission, the Northrop Grumman Cygnus, 2 Roscosmos Progress resupply spacecraft, and 1 Roscosmos Soyuz spacecraft.
Houston, Matt 2, ready for voice check?
Yep, we are ready for the voice check. And Matt, while you're getting into place, we have a... Matt, can you give us a full 10 count, please? We think it's good. However, can you face the camera and give us another quick 5 count, please? Good. Voice count. Just a heads up, we're about 7 minutes out from a teacher's handover. We're going to start the PAO event after that handover at about 20:02. That's if you're ready.
Copy. Let me see where people are at, and I'll let you know start time.
As you can hear, we are now preparing for that welcome ceremony, expecting that in the next several minutes. As we await that welcome ceremony, we are hearing in the room here Ed Van Cise, our flight director for Rendezvous and docking today, just telling the team that they are top-notch. They worked through a lot to get here, and they need to celebrate their success tomorrow after they sleep. Here in the room celebrating today's successful docking and seeing the crew come into the International Space Station is Starliner 1 pilot Mike Fink. And we actually have a couple pictures of him here in the control room today wearing his flight test orange tie. He also has on some socks. Well, actually, here you see him doing his Ironman pose. If you follow him on Twitter, it is Astro Iron Mike.
He actually has been doing a great job showing behind the scenes of what Butch and Sunny have been going through for training and even during launch attempts. So just a all-around good human being. If we want to take a closer look at his tie and his socks, we can do that as well. See here, signed by Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. Flight test orange is important to them. This whole experience has been a flight test from them from start to finish. They've been able to write the procedures and make the Starliner better for what's to come. And that is a flight with Mike Fink next year.
And we have a live view of Mike right now. He is very much excited about this docking today and very much looking forward to his own mission on Starliner 1. Capcom Neil Nagata, you've heard most of today speaking with the crew members. He is also wearing a signed tie. He's got some flight test orange on as well.
We see Butch and Sunny floating in another view here. And what I love about Sunny is she is we actually do see Neil Nagata too. He is wearing a blue and orange striped tie, again representing flight test orange, and likely Sunny's love of the ocean with the blue, also signed by the crew.
And a brief satellite handover while we are setting up for this welcome ceremony with Butch and Sunny. We're standing by to regain those video communications, planning on starting that welcome ceremony here shortly.
Houston, Matt, we are ready at your leisure.
Copy, Matt. We'll give you a second to get into place. Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, we are ready.
Congratulations to all of the NASA and Boeing teams on this incredible milestone. Butch and Sunny, the ISS flight control team, is thrilled to see you back on the ISS. Station, please begin your remarks.
Butch, Sunny, we are glad to see them all here in International Space Station, and we want to congratulate the whole team in different mission control center for launch, for docking, and of the end, we are very happy.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we are thrilled as well. I'm not sure we could have gotten a better welcome. I mean, we had music. We had Matt was dancing. It was great. What a wonderful place to be. Great to be back here. It feels like, I mean, obviously, Sonny and I have been gone for a little while, but it's very familiar. There's only one problem. Matt is in my crew quarters. So I don't know what we're going to do about that. But, hey, thank you all for the great welcome. And thanks to ULA, got us going. Boeing kept us going. Mission Control MO kept us going and got us here. What a great, wonderful team effort. I mean, team. This organization, these organizations are the epitome of teamwork. And it is a blessing and it's a privilege to be a part of it. It's just amazing.
Yeah, and I just want to say a big thanks to family and friends who've lived this for a long time. And I think you're glad we're not with you anymore. And we have another family up here, which is just awesome. Like Butch said, it was such a great welcome, little dance party, and that's the way to get things going. And we're just happy as can be to be up in space. One in Starliner, on an Atlas V, and then here on the International Space Station. It just doesn't get much better.
Yeah, we're ready to go to work for the international partners here. Whatever it is you got us to do, we're ready. All right.
Yeah. We're ready.
Thank you all so much. All right.
That concludes the welcome ceremony. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
It's been such a privilege to witness this historic moment. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, beautiful words and welcomed by the Expedition 71 crew led by Commander Oleg Kononenko, hugs and handshakes, and just getting to really, truly bask in this moment of all of the years of hard work by all the team, Boeing, NASA, ULA, all the partners that enabled for this moment aboard the International Space Station today, June 6th, 2024. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams now aboard the International Space Station. From here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, it's been a privilege to have had the opportunity to witness this historic moment and see the crew being welcomed, Butch and Sonny, by the Expedition 71 crew. Looking forward to their stay aboard the International Space Station. from here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we'll go ahead and wrap up on this side and hand it over to our counterparts, Leah and Rebecca, over in the Starliner Flight Control Room. We'll hand it over to you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary, and we are just still watching the crew enjoying themselves as they are now up to 9 people aboard the International Space Station. Again, docking coming today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, and we saw the crew float through the hatch at, I believe it was about 2:45 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, and very nice words from the crew there. Butch saying that ULA got them going, Boeing and mission operators kept them going, which was really exciting for the team to hear, I am sure, once they made it to the space station, especially for the Boeing team. They helped build the International Space Station and helped maintain it. So I'm sure that just like hit them right in the feels. You know what else I noticed about Sunny too, as she came in, you know, she's been described as like such an...
Hey, Butch. Good event.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, can we go private on 2?
Hey, Ryder. Yeah, let's get that. We'll get that squared away.
Okay, yep, we're standing by.
So Sunny is described as the most approachable astronaut, and I noticed as she was floating in, she actually had like a little piece of fairy hair, which was like as sparkly as the narwhal gravity indicator, which is so fun to see. Also fun to see this view right now out the Starliner window. The team was able to get the IP address right and get the video unrestricted for us to use here. So you can see the ESA Columbus module, you know, the International Space Station being just this point of pride and unity, not just for America, but the entire globe, and it all coming together on space, which we saw with the crew coming together with those fun family photos. And there's something else out the window there, too.
Yeah, this is an incredible view because it is from the interior of one American spacecraft, Boeing's Starliner, looking out the window to another American spacecraft. That's SpaceX's Dragon. So,
okay, Butch conference configured on air-to-ground 2. I'm going to go ahead and hand over to Jay. I'll talk to you on the radios tomorrow.
Okay. Actually, if you can stay, it won't take long. I don't know that you have any example or extra remarks, but maybe stay for the conference real quick.
Okay, I'll punch it up.
as we were saying, this view from the window of Starliner, now looking out toward the Dragon crew spacecraft, SpaceX's Dragon,